paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers, scum. They're on giant death factories keeping babies alive. They're selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy, weird, sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy, weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot and the goblins are hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap. We don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet.
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
Woo! Good afternoon, my friends. Oh my goodness. Little change of pace today. For the last year and a half or so, I've been exclusively covering the Karen Reed sham that's been happening and shouldn't be happening. But before that, I have loosely touched on and covered the Daybell Vallow fiasco. It's one of the craziest cases I've ever seen. I actually mentioned the other day when I was talking about the Karen Reed case that this case is the only case besides the Karen Reed case that I've seen so many names, and it made it difficult to get a grasp on a timeline to understand actually everything that was going on, because you had to remember there were so many different people involved, so many victims. It is totally insane. And so for those of you who have followed the Karen Reed case that are joining me here, but are not too familiar with the Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow thing, there were these two people involved in the LDS stuff. There always comes back to LDS stuff. It's the weirdest thing in the world. And there was just a whole bunch of murders that took place. I don't have time, honestly, to explain the whole thing, but two kids ended up murdered, and their mother was absolutely responsible for it. Her new husband, Chad Daybell, was responsible for it. Also responsible for the murder of their father. Before that, it's complicated. I realize as I'm trying to give you the cliff notes here, I'm probably confusing you even more. I would suggest looking into it. But bottom line is, these children were missing, and these two went off to Hawaii, got married. Chad Daybell killed his wife so he could marry her, ended up Lori Vallow ended up using his dead wife's Amazon account to order a wedding ring so that they could get married in Hawaii. While they were off vacationing, having a good time, the press was following them, going, "Where are your children?" And they just acted like everything was all good, said no comment, and just went about their wonderful lives. Now, what I'm going to do, she was interviewed a couple of days ago, and I'm going to play that because at 1:30, I believe, is when the opening statements for her new trial are going to start. Now, I may have a really, really special guest joining me. Cross your fingers. Don't get your hopes too high because it's not a for sure thing, but cross your fingers because this is a guest that you guys are going to be tickled over. If I can get this person here. But it's a big maybe. So it's a big maybe. And so hopefully this person will jump on and enjoy this experience with us, and it should be fine or fun. So she was interviewed a couple days ago. I'm going to go ahead and play that interview real quick. And I haven't watched this yet, but in the meantime, while we wait for these opening statements to start, and this is the thing, Lori Vallow is representing herself. This is the reason, the main reason why I'm streaming this is because she's representing herself. So these opening statements must be fucking gold. So, yeah, I can't wait for this shit.
Hi, Lori.
Oh, this woman sucks.
This paper on here would be kind of on the.
Yep. Totally fine.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
I don't know if you'd be like be on camera. My handwriting's really.
Oh,
Oh, you're good.
shut up.
I've been so curious to talk to you for a long time. First and foremost, I want to ask you, why did you decide to represent yourself at this trial?
Great question to start off with. Oh my God, what is going on? No.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
LW350, thank you so much. Lori used her murder husband's Amazon account for wedding things. Yeah, well, I thought it was, I know that she used the Chad Daybell, Tammy Daybell's account for the wedding ring. I know that. But thank you, I appreciate it.
There's lots of reasons.
Oh my
Obviously,
gosh. Tara Ellis, thank you so
being
much.
proper is not an easy job. I'm not an attorney. I don't have training to be an attorney. There's
Thank
something
you
that I
for
figured
that,
out when
Tara.
I got to this jail. You know, this experience has been 5 years running. Okay. I went through a whole trial, you know, before in my other state, and then I was brought here to Arizona to face some more serious.
So one thing that you guys should keep in mind is she pled insanity in her last trial. Does that sound like a crazy person to you? Does that sound like somebody who seems unfit to stand trial? Not to me. What's up, baby boy? Not to me. Not at all. Not at all. But this is, yeah.
Serious charges. And I came here with the intention of having a speedy trial, right? I wanted to, these charges came first, right? So they're like 5 years old. So I, you know, first talked to the attorneys. I was like, you know, they've had 5 years, you know, the
Exactly,
prosecutors to
Ruby.
put their case together. And I really want to go to trial. Like, we need to go. So I'm in a max pod, you know, with the max women, and there's about 8 women in my pod facing death penalty. And you know, I was facing the death penalty in Idaho. I was the only one in that jail because it was a very small town and a small jail.
Wait a second. She did an interview with Keith Morrison too. Ooh.
But here, these women have been waiting for their trials for 5, 6, 7, 8 years to go to trial in a jail. Okay. And then during this experience, you know,
This is fascinating because I haven't followed this in a minute. So this is really fun. Like, she's actually like showing me now that this is the person who I imagine she would be in jail. She's trying to be everyone's mom. She's trying to be everyone's leader. She's trying to be everyone's shoulder to cry on, the one to hold their hand and go, I'm listening, honey. That's the person she is in jail in order to get special privileges, in order to get not necessarily special privileges, but special privileges amongst the inmates, special treatment, special protection. She's a master manipulator. It's fascinating, actually.
been in 4 different facilities during this
Because you see
experience,
what she's
right?
doing. She's taken that role. She's like, there are women in here that have been waiting for so long for their trial. And I'm championing for them. I'm championing for them right now by representing myself and being a leader to my sisters in jail.
Because I was shuffled all over the country, right? Came from Hawaii to Idaho to Boise, back and forth. So I've experienced 5 different
Tired
facilities
teacher,
now.
thank
This
you
is
so
the
much.
5th
Thanks,
facility
Will. I
I've been
laugh
in,
while I
and it
clean
is
today. Right on.
What exactly about the conditions bothers you the most? Because, you know, everyone's going to say, what did you expect? You've been convicted of multiple murders. So what were you expecting in this jail?
Well, the people that are in this jail haven't been convicted of anything, that are in the same exact situation as I am. They're innocent. They're innocent right now, and they've been here for 5, 6, 7, 8 years
Well-
eating slop every day, the same thing every.
What I say, bro. What I say. I haven't even followed this shit. I haven't even looked at this bitch in like 2 fucking years, dude. What did I say? I got this bitch snowed. Sure enough, what is she doing right now? She's sitting there and she's using this because she knows that her jail sisters are going to see this and they're going to sit there and go, Lloyd, woo! We love you, girl. We love you. You can have my cup of fruit cocktail. You can have it. Woo! You can have my commissary, girl. That's what she's doing.
Every single day, not going out in the sunshine, not having proper medical care, not having proper dental. If something goes wrong with your teeth, you know what the dentist will do from jail? They pull your tooth out. That's it.
So you're fighting for the other inmates here who are waiting for their time in court.
This is what I found out. Arizona different from other states, and I only know the 2 states because I've only dealt with 2 judicial systems, right? Has no intention of giving anybody a speedy trial, even though it's your
Some microdots.
constitutional federal right. Okay.
Right.
So
Oh, she sounds so unfit to stand trial. He sounds so unfit. I love this shit. This is fucking amazing. So now, oh, my pause game is amazing, folks. Let's give it up for my pause game, guys. Now, she's not the top dog in the sense that, like, if you asked somebody in jail who the top dog was, they wouldn't say her. What she's done, I guarantee you, is she has manipulated her way into being the counselor for the top dog, to be the person that the top dog goes to, and she's the shoulder to cry on, she's the ear, she's the one who goes, I'm here. So she puts herself in a personal leadership position with the top dog so that the top dog protects her and the rest of everyone else sees her to be just as good as the top dog. She is something that comes with the top dog. She is the top dog's accessory, so therefore she is not to be fucked with. Just like you're not to fuck with the top dog's ramen or the top dog's hot cocoa. Okay? Can't do that shit. Right? She's the top dog's hot cocoa. Now, if you ask that real quiet, real street smart, real smart inmate that keeps to themselves, doesn't fuck with anybody, they're going to say, nah, she's the top dog. Nobody else knows it, but she's the top dog. Because if the top dog looks up to her, she's the top. Period. On Top XX, thank you so much. The bologna sandwich, no mustards, no mayo, no cheese, and small carton of milk. Something like that, I guess. I guess.
what I am fighting for these women, I'm fighting for these women and trying to set a precedence here that you can't just leave these women in jail for years because the conditions.
She's spelling it out for me. God, I hate being this right sometimes, dude. Sometimes it's scary to be right so often. I haven't even fucking touched this case in like 2 years, at least. At it's interesting that she said 8 years, you know?
Said, I need to go. And they said, we can't do it
because she's only been going through this for 5 years. It hasn't been 8 years for her. So it's interesting that she would say 8 years specifically, because it sounds a lot like what she's doing is trying to win points with someone specifically who she thinks who's in jail, who she thinks is going to see this. That's what she's doing. She's champion. She's, you know, white knighting for someone who she feels threatened by or feels like she needs to impress. That's what she's doing. Everything that you do when you're in jail and you're not getting out, everything you do is self-preservation in jail. So even when you get a chance to be outside for a minute, you're looking at what's going to happen when you go back into jail. So what she's doing right now is she's winning points with her jailmates. That's what she's doing. That's all she's focused on. She's not focused on anything else other than impressing people that she has to look at every single day.
I agreed with them, right? Because I said, from their professional stand, they want to go to court prepared. Right?
Of course.
I'm a hairstylist. I used to charge tons and tons of money in Austin, Texas to do hair. So I'm not going to charge someone $400 to do their hair.
Now, she's also advertising herself because there are two types of people in men's jail that nobody ever fucks with. Can you guess who those two people are? I'm going to let the chat figure this out for a second. You guys let me know in the chat. In men's jail, who are the two people that will never have anyone ever fuck with them? Okay, the barber, that's one. No. The lawyer, well, the lawyer, okay, if there's a lawyer in jail. But there's always two of these. Barber's one of them. No, not the cook. I mean, I'm not talking about prison. I'm talking about jail. I'm talking about, I mean, nobody in the jail. Well, I guess there's some jails where there it is, right there. There it is. The tattooer. The tattooer. I'm not talking about the stuff that they do that they're assigned in the jail. I'm talking about the stuff that the privileges, right? These two are the people that no one ever fucks with. They will always be okay. They will always have protection if they're good at what they do. If they're bad, they're fucked. But the tattooer and the barber. So in jail, women's jail, she's more valuable than the tattooer because women like to look pretty. They like to feel pretty. And in jail, that's a really hard thing to come by, is to be able to feel pretty, right? And she can provide that. Lori Vallow's doing easy time right now. And what she's doing right now is she's just advertising for herself. She's making the walk back into that pod like fucking Caesar returning to Rome. That's what she's trying to make that out to be. Just imagine fucking Lori Vallow with a fucking crown of leaves on a chariot looking in. Hello. That's Lori Vallow walking back into that pod after this interview.
Do their hair and let them walk out the door and not let it look good, because that's my reputation. So I talked to my attorneys. I said, I understand where you're coming from. I understand 100%. I don't want to put you in the position where you're saying, I can't do a good job for you. I can't do this for you in this amount of time. But I've been working on my case for 5 years. So I know my case better than an attorney can learn it in 2 years.
And
but
I don't know if I made that point when I brought up the 8 years. When I brought up that she mentioned 8 years, it sounds to me like that's somebody's specific time. It's funny that she said 8 years. They've been in here 8 years. You're talking about somebody specific. You're trying to impress somebody specific.
When you waive your speedy trial, then they can keep you here as long as they want. There are intelligent, strong, beautiful women in here.
That's real.
That have been here for 8 years because of.
Dude, some of the dopest fucking tattoos I've ever seen on people were done in prison or in jail. Some of the nicest work I have ever seen done with a fucking machine made out of fucking a motor from a tape recorder, guitar string, and like fucking like some concoction that they make out of fucking charcoal and shit. I don't even know how they do it. But some of the nicest black and gray designs that I've ever seen put on someone's skin have been done in prison or in jail by somebody whose name I'll never know. Crazy shit. Like where they've walked into shops that I've worked at, and then the tattooer that's about to tattoo them goes, "Holy shit, man, who did this? This is beautiful." This dude named Q when I was in the pen. Huh? That's it. Nobody will ever know who that dude is except in that prison. It's crazy.
As a family tragedies. It's the same like my case. A family tragedy, not a crime. A family tragedy, and they're waiting and they're facing the death penalty for a family tragedy. I know these women. I talk to them every day. I try to uplift, strengthen, and help women in this jail, and I think that's the purpose why I'm here.
Can you define family tragedy
What'd
for
I
me?
tell you?
Obviously, you were convicted
What'd
of
I
killing your
tell you?
kids. Where does that
Wrongly
disconnect?
convicted.
You believe wrongly.
Wrongly convicted. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Wrongly convicted. But what did I say? She just like said, like she sees herself as a leader, as a guide. Now she's a spiritual guide. It's even more, of course, since she thinks that Chad Daybell was the second coming of Christ or whatever the fuck. And they were supposed to ascend or to some fucking greater plane. I don't remember what the fuck it was. I just remember listening to it and being like, this is the most insane shit I've ever heard in my life. These people are wackos and they deserve to die. For what they did to these kids. So, like, sure enough, what is she going to do? She's got a God complex. So she's going to manipulate her way into fucking, she's a female Manson. She's a lady Manson is what she is in jail. She has a following because people are in a very vulnerable spiritual position in jail. Spiritually, mentally, emotionally, they're very vulnerable. Very easy to manipulate, very easy to take advantage of. Krista, limited edition, thank you so much. Sidebar. Well, I'm a new member, and I just wanted to say you are awesome and to thank you for having Baker's back yesterday. Love you both. Right on, man. Thank you. Dude, Baker's dope, man. And Plevin sucks. That was, you know, that was fun.
Wrongly convicted.
Absolutely, 100%.
So then how do you address that? You were convicted of it. They're not here. So what happened? Okay.
Okay, so what is that? Is that like her lawyer? Oh, yeah, it says muted at the request of an attorney. So this is cut up in sections here, and each section is titled. So her attorney.
To your point, you're not an attorney.
Correct.
You know your case, but you're not an attorney.
Correct.
How?
So let me get this straight. 2 days ago, this aired 2 days ago, and she has an attorney present for this interview telling her what she can and can't say, but she's going to represent herself today. All right.
How do you expect this is going to work for you next week and in these months to come, acting as your own lawyer?
I have help. I have a wonderful team that I got to hire, which is great. I have my paralegal. That's wonderful. I have my investigator. I have my advisory council that helps me. I'm just going to do the best that I can. That's all I can do. I'm trying to help the women here. Like, something that happens in Arizona that didn't happen in Idaho, something that's different, is there they really respect your right to a speedy trial. And so I wouldn't waive my speedy trial, and they finally pushed it to trial. The judge does go over, and they, for any reason, they can move your speedy trial out, right? But here, the first time you go to court here, if your attorney stands up for you and says, oh, we're going to need more time because you're supposed to go in 4 months, right? You have a certain amount of time and you're supposed to go in 150 days. And if your attorney says that, it automatically waives your right to a speedy trial. So the women that are here and their attorneys say, we're going to help you, we're going to put your case together, we're going to do all this stuff. They didn't know the first time that their speedy trial got waived, because they're like me. I mean, I was 46 years old when I got arrested. I've never been arrested before. I didn't know how the judicial system worked. They're in the same boat. So they didn't actually know at the time that they were waiving their speedy trial right.
I've been in the courtroom for some of this, and then I've watched it as well.
I got to admit, I'm impressed. I wonder if anybody's snatched her up yet. I can't even fucking say that seriously without fucking laughing. Like, it's like the kind of laugh, like when you cringe and it makes you laugh. On top, thank you so much. She even has Manson mannerisms. She does absolutely have Manson mannerisms, 100%.
You're addressing the judge and the state. you can get a little snappy with them, and I know you're upset with what you feel is witnesses that are being precluded from the trial. What's your biggest complaint? What do you want to see happen? And is that the tone that you want to take throughout this trial?
I can fix her.
I don't think I'm trying to set a tone. That's not my intention, is to set a tone. And I'm not a fighter. Okay. So my whole life, I've been a peacemaker. I'm a person that loves everybody. I'm a person that gets along with everybody. I don't like to fight. So this is a challenge for me to
No, I just like to send people to kill the people I don't like.
even fight for myself, to fight for these women, to kind of stand up for the first time in my life. 'Cause
Wow.
I'm kind of been, I'm a people pleaser by nature.
This lady
it's been really
sucks.
difficult for me, but there's so many wrongs in the system. There's certain things that your attorneys won't say for you, because here's the problem. Your attorneys, they're professionals, right? So they're colleagues with the prosecutors, they're colleagues with the judges. And I get that because I've worked in a professional environment. So I get that. You have to be, they argue their
Bro, I hope all the worst things in life happen to her and only her right now.
points, and then they go out to lunch. Like, I get that, right? I'm not doing that. I'm fighting for my life here, really.
There's this notion from people in the public that feel
You know what's
you're representing
infuriating about
yourself
that?
because you have nothing.
What's infuriating about that is hearing her say similar things that we've heard an actual innocent woman who's fighting for her life say. Like, that is infuriating to hear her talk like that.
Have nothing to lose, that this is a challenge, kind of a show, a game for you. Do you agree with that?
I never hear any of this stuff because I'm in a room 23 hours a day and we don't have any access to any kind of news. So, or any kind of anything really. Like, so I didn't know.
Then who are you trying to impress then? Because if they're not going to see this, then who the fuck are you trying to impress?
People were saying that, but I wouldn't agree with that, obviously.
What's your mindset going into trial? What do you believe now, and how do you feel as we're just a couple days away?
A little bit stressed.
It's a big case.
It's a big case. It's stressful. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of legal things that have to be done. We're working on stuff every day. We're working late into the night. The biggest challenge for me in this trial will be the logistics. I want to be able to go and talk to the people who have stood.
The DP is not on the table, biatch. Great Dane mom. I don't know. Captain Skidmarks and I might not have something to say about that. Oh my goodness.
It up and
Jesus, that was dark.
I think that's important. So the hardest thing is here, they wake you up at 3 o'clock in the morning to go to court every single day.
Okay,
And
yeah.
you sit.
I know.
You're woken up and you're transported and you're getting back to the jail at like 5 and 6 o'clock at night. I'm going to have to prep for the next day for my witnesses. I'm going to have to meet with people. I'm going to have my, paralegal's going to come over. We're going to get paperwork ready. We're going to get, our stuff ready for the next day. So the hardest thing, it'll be lack of sleep. Nobody does good with lack of sleep.
Are you worried about the legal things you don't know?
Obviously, there's lots of legal things that I don't know. I have been studying. I've been studying a lot, the law. I've been studying it for 5 years. I've been talking with attorneys. I had a team of 11 people in Idaho, some really, really smart people. People were brought in all over the country from different states and everything because I was
She said smart people from Idaho.
a death penalty case. And so I learned from a lot of people. And I'm
just kidding, anybody from Idaho.
A smart person. I paid attention. I consider myself an intelligent person, like a lot of these other women here in this jail. And, we're trying to do the best that we can. I know it's not going to be perfect the way an attorney would do it. So that's when people say, like, she has nothing to lose. Like, I don't necessarily think that I'm going to do a better job than the attorneys can do. That's not my intention. My intention is to say the things that I would say for myself. I mean, I sat there during a whole trial and I discussed a lot of things with my attorneys and asked them to say very specific certain things that were important to me, just as a person, as a human being. These things are important, that you say this for me, and they wouldn't say it. So, and I get the professionalism and I get what they're doing. But sometimes you just have to. Shut up!
Oh my God, I don't
You want to be
care.
your own voice.
Yeah.
Going over your case and all of it for years, I mean, it seemed like you had the life that so many wanted in Arizona. You had it all.
I loved our life here. Yeah.
Why are we here? Like, why are we at the place we're at now? You had that life. Why throw it away?
It's tragedy. Families have tragedies. Things happen, and there was a domino effect of tragedies in my life, and that's.
Oh my God.
What do you describe that domino effect of what?
It was a domino effect of you murdering people, you skank. Jesus Christ.
What?
It's probably something that we should save for next time.
Do you still believe
Can't wait
in
for this.
those
Me either, Borders Girl. Thank you so much.
things of the dark and the light spirits and the zombies? Is that still part of your belief system, or have you changed your beliefs?
All right. I guess it was muted by her attorney again, who's not her, which is weird. Okay. Maybe she has an entertainment lawyer. Like, but the thing is, man, there's this thing called the Son of Sam law. And if you're convicted, I think if you're convicted of a felony,
Do you consider you
you're
and
not
Chad
allowed to
still
like
together?
capitalize off
Sure.
of it.
Of course.
Like you can't write
And
a
how
book.
is that
and-
going to work with you? He's on death row and you are in prison for life. How do you continue that relationship, that marriage?
In the best way that you can, the only way that you can.
What do you think people have wrong about you?
Pretty much everything.
Like what?
Bitch, I had you snowed.
Specifically,
I had you snowed within like fucking 30 seconds of starting this stream. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, the only person that's got you wrong is you. You.
I don't really know what people think because I don't have access to the kind of media that you guys are watching all these things. I never get to watch anything. So I hear things from different people. I get text messages from people saying, oh, so-and-so said such and such. And I'm like, okay, I don't have access to what the people know. So I kind of can't clear it up because kind of don't know what it all is.
If you could clear something up right now, what would it be?
That I love everybody. That
Wow.
I'm here for a purpose. I think, God put me here in this.
Y'all heard that? She loves me. She loves me. I mean, she's got real pretty hair. Oh my goodness, Carla, Ohio. Thank you so much. Thank you, Will. Your laugh is contagious. Free Karen Reed, free Turtle Boy. I agree. Thank you so much.
This jail, the worst jail in the country, they say, and I really can't argue it. But when I got here, the girls are like, did you know that you got brought to the worst jail in the country? And I was like, I can't argue that it's not. But he brought me here to help uplift and strengthen these women. And that's what I try to do every day. I taught I'm a certified group fitness instructor, and I work here at Fitness
you're a
Works and
what?
taught aerobics. And so
I'm retarded?
I teach a workout to the girls every day. We laugh together, we cry together, we pray together.
God.
We, we're all in our separate cells. We're in there 23 hours a day. So we just talk to each other through the cell doors, right? Like each of us get out an hour a day and we can talk to each other through the door. We have to take our shower and whatever. But this jail, some days you'll be in your cell for 3 days. They go on lockdown and you don't get out for 72 hours. You're just in your room. So I'm here to help strengthen these other women. Sometimes God needs somebody to go into the trenches. And I think he put me here for that purpose.
A follow-up question to what you said, that you love everybody. Does that include your children?
Absolutely. I love my children. I've always loved my children. There's never been a question.
Even being convicted of killing them?
Wrongly. Of course.
Do you plan to take the stand yourself in your own trial?
Haven't decided yet. Don't need to decide that. Legally, you don't have to decide. So we're going to see how it goes.
And that would be a situation if you did decide where your investigator or somebody would ask the questions to you on the stand.
Yes.
Okay. That was my understanding too. I just want to make sure I was correct on that as well.
Well, my understanding is that the advisory council would have to do that. Yeah. But I would have to write the questions. They can't ask me anything that I don't.
And you have to pre-submit those. You can't just go up there and say what you want.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
How
That's
was-
my understanding.
Yeah, that was my
of the law.
understanding. It was my understanding as well. This is probably one
Like-
of the.
Am I crazy, or am I getting like, am I the only one getting like crazy Jen McCabe vibes off of this woman, bro?
More unprecedented situations, you were involved in choosing your own jury. As a non-attorney, what was that process like for you?
That was an interesting process. I mean, it went way better than I thought it was going to go. The process in Idaho is so different. It was interesting for me because it was so different. And I have had that experience. So I was like, I kind of know what's going to happen here, but every state is different, right? Every county is different. Everyone's going to have their own rules of how they did it.
Norfolk County sure is different.
I have to say that I was pleasantly surprised that the judge was very fair in doing the jury selection in some ways. So I think it went really well. It went really fast. I didn't expect that. I thought it would take a long time. So I feel like it went as well as it could go.
Are you nervous for
We'll
Monday?
See how it goes. I try not to get nervous about things and go with the flow as much as possible. It's not just Monday. It's like it's every day. It's going to be day after day. So I got to kind of pace myself and just.
You're a little cunt.
Do you believe you can convince this jury, to find you not guilty?
I don't think I'm there to convince anybody. I think I'm there to just tell the truth.
Wouldn't that be
Wow.
your goal, though, as your defense attorney,
You're
to
lying.
be found not guilty?
And you're a piece of shit.
I think that's a goal. Yeah, that's the goal of everybody. But I'm not trying to convince anybody. I'm defending myself against being wrongfully accused. So
Wrongfully accused of Charles' death as well.
absolutely.
What do you want the jury to take away from you during this trial?
I don't know that they can take anything away. I mean, I don't really have an answer for that. I haven't really thought about it from that perspective.
Are you prepared for a life behind bars?
Sure.
How? What do you do to prepare that to be the rest of your life?
My life is mostly over because I'm 51 years old.
Some say
I'm a
you've got a lot of
mother
years
and a
ahead.
grandmother.
I love like I love covering true crime, dude, sometimes because my audience is like 70% women. 70% women, like between the ages of like 35 and like 60, right? And like when there's somebody like this, you guys hate worse than anybody, bro. And it's so much fun to watch you guys in chat. You guys love to hate cunts like this. It's so much fun. You guys love to hate bitches like this. It's so fun. Carla, Ohio gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Oh my God. That's why I make jokes like about like hooking up. You guys get so fucking pissy about that shit. That shit is so funny. It's so funny. Like I've had friends in the community where like behind the scenes that I'll like be like, I wonder if she's got a pen pal, you know? And then they'll like send me these angry emojis like, "Arr!"
grandmother and all those things. I've had a wonderful life. I did have a wonderful life for, a long time. So it's just a different life, you know, in my faith, we're called on missions to go do things, you know.
Wow.
And I've had this kind of scenario in my mind that I was like, if, you know, my bishop called me in and said, you know, we have this really hard calling for you. It's going to be for the rest of your life. And you're going to go into
Hard
this
calling.
prison and where all these women are, and you're going to help and uplift and strengthen women and give them faith and
This
help
lady
them carry
sucks.
on and do these things and help them get ready for when they get out of prison. But you're going to be there all the time, and you're going to be there for the rest of your life. Will you accept this call?
You suck.
Would you say yes?
Absolutely.
So you feel this is kind of a newfound purpose with the situation you're in.
Absolutely.
What do you want to impress upon people that have followed you and your case for years? Like right now, we've got a few minutes left. I want to know, what should the public know about Lori that they don't know?
That I am a Christian person, that I love the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and that I'm
What?
You serious?
here on earth to do whatever he needs me to do.
I really appreciate your time.
Yeah.
I will see you in the courtroom on Monday.
Jesus fuck. Jesus, that was painful. Man. So I've got this pulled up and ready to go, but we're not there yet. So but I don't want the audio of like people just walking around and shit. So yeah, awesome. Hopefully I haven't scared off my very special prospective guest with my antics already. But this person knows me pretty well and would be naive to not expect it. But I am yeah, so that genius is going to be representing herself, and she's about to give opening statements. And what's funny is I don't even know what she's on. Is she on trial? What is she on trial for now? She's already got life in prison, right? Let's see real quick. Oh, this is about Charles. Yeah. So this is about the murder of her ex-husband or her husband, Charles Vallow, conspiring with her brother to kill him. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be real interesting because, yeah. Okay, cool. It didn't end my stream. Something ended my stream, and I sure as shit hope it wasn't Law and Crime. But we'll see. If I get cut off again, then we'll know it was Law and Crime. But I think it was just that interview. I don't think that interview. I think that interview is copyright protected, and I didn't know it. But we'll wait to see what happens because I'm streaming Law and Crime. And this was recommended to me to stream from. So, and I normally don't like to stream Law and Crime because they used to have a bad habit of striking people. So I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'll switch I mean, worst case scenario, I'll end this and start another one. But I didn't get a copyright strike. I just got sniped, which happens. My stream was interrupted. Like, this is what it says. Due to copyright match, your stream was interrupted. Blah blah blah. Yeah, but it doesn't say that I had a strike. But what was the content? It's not telling me. But wait a second.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
Thank you so much, Piney Woods. Hi, everyone. It's Piney Woods. Just wanted to thank you, Will, for covering this and tell you I'll not be chatting for a while. I'll be lurking. I'll be too medicated to type. Love you all. Okay, well, we hope you have a very speedy and smooth recovery, Piney Woods. We love you out here. So thank you so much. So yeah, I don't think it was. Yeah, I think it was just that interview. I think that interview was copyright protected, and so that's why it's ended my stream or interrupted my stream. But sometimes all you have to do is refresh, and you don't have to like start a new stream. So no, it's not YouTube being weird. It's that I was streaming copyrighted content. Like that's what happens. Okay, so Colby is one of her kids and has a YouTube channel as well. And so I'm guessing that Colby was going over that same interview because that interview is fairly new. And if they cut off his stream, then or her stream, sorry. Yeah, Jody's in prison. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Jody's in prison. Lori's in jail. Right. Okay. Yeah, sorry guys. I am not caught up on this case. There's a lot of you here that are just kind of catching up, and I am too. So that's what I figured. If I had to guess, I'd say he was running that same interview. It was copyright protected, and they cut his stream too. So now, yeah, we're just waiting for court proceedings to start, I guess. Let's see if we can find something in the meantime to entertain us. But we're going to stick to the subject here. I'm not going to go into other stuff in the meantime. Let's see what Vinny has to say about it.
The other, Karen Reed, accused of the murder of her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe. At her first trial, prosecutors painted a picture of Karen Reed running over John O'Keefe in a jealousy-fueled rage. But the jury wasn't convinced, and they deadlocked. Now there's a new prosecutor who says he will not use some of the evidence connected to Reed's alleged jealousy.
Only on Court TV. Before next week's season premiere.
Yeah, we'll do the Karen Reed stuff later. Right now, we're just sticking to the Lori Vallow stuff.
Interview with a killer. Relive the most shocking moments.
Tell me what happened that night.
Interview with a killer marathon. Your car insurance.
But that you do have to wear the rack belt because that is not going to be visible to the jury. The leg restraint's a little more cumbersome and visible, and since you're representing yourself and you're going to need to approach the podium and those sorts of things, I ordered the removal of the leg restraint. You will, though, wear the rack belt. And then I said it's up to the sheriff's office if they want to. They can position a couple deputies in the back if they want additional deputies.
Well, their recommendation was that you wouldn't have to use the belt at all if they had the armed guard.
I read their response and their recommendation, and that's my order.
So what is it exactly?
That you have to wear the rack belt, but not the leg restraint.
And that they will or will not have armed guard?
This judge is already pissed off, bro. This judge is already annoyed, dude. This is going to be amazing. This is going to be amazing. This fucking guy is already praying for patience.
It's up to them.
Okay.
Lori Daybell is representing herself, which means at some point she's going to stand up and deliver an opening statement. But as you heard there, she's not just going to be able to walk around freely inside that courtroom. She's going to have the belt on, where if she acts up, then I guess they activate the belt and then down she'll go. So they don't have a shabusiness situation. Now, you don't expect that in Lori.
Yeah, like I covered her case before too, that shabusiness, whatever the fuck her first name was. Yeah, she just attacked her lawyers. Like every time this bitch goes into court, she attacks somebody, dude. She's fucking crazy. She's Taylor Shabusiness. Yeah, she is fucking wacky, bro. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. And I think that's probably like what's making it really hard for Karen Reed, because like there's all these crazy bitches out there making it harder for Karen Reed, because you see all these crazy bitches and then you're just going to look at Karen Reed giving fucking dirty looks to fucking Judge Bev and Hank Breenan. And then they're going to be like, oh, she's got guilty face. She's mean. Because all these other high profile defendants are fucking wacky as fuck.
Lori Daybell's trial, but she is a convicted murderer who will be representing herself inside the courtroom. Take a look here. Here she is complaining to the judge about some of the problems she's been having.
I feel like the state is trying to say, okay, if you want your speedy trial, guess what? We're not going to let you defend yourself. Guess what? You can't have any experts. And guess what else? You can't have any witnesses. You can't have anybody speak in your behalf. So good luck. Have a nice day.
Wow.
Pretty passionate. I don't know how much sense she's making, but she's pretty passionate. Let's bring back in our think tank still with us, Bernardo Villalona, Brian Watkins, and Ben Chu. All right, Brian. Monday's the day. Opening statements. You'll see them here on Court TV. Lori Daybell.
It's so nice to see a panel of lawyers that I don't have contempt for on Court TV.
Representing herself. Now, she does have experience, Brian. She sat during her own, her first murder trial and got convicted for murdering her children and taking part in the murder of her fifth husband's first wife. What are your thoughts about what you expect to hear and see from Lori Daybell on Monday?
You know, whenever you have a defendant representing himself, it's always a train wreck. People don't understand how hard
Always a train wreck. Remember Daryl Brooks?
this job is. I mean, we go to law school. You can't just sit through a trial or watch an episode of Court TV, even though that'd be good for you to do. But you can't go in there and act like a lawyer, okay? The procedure of being a criminal defense lawyer is, you know, the procedures are crazy. And to know them all, I mean, you got to be really good. You got to go to law school and you got to practice.
All right, let's chime into here because there's some sort of difference in camera angle going on here, so I don't want to miss it. But I guess they're inside the courtroom now. Wow, he's representing himself in his appeal. Wow. I guess I'm covering that too.
Juror 3 after into the lunch hour individually about whether it's really him versus his employer, and offer to write a letter if he needs one to his employer about the requirements of jury service, and just sort of feel out that situation a little further, but we'll keep him on for right now. Please silence all phones. As I said, we are still missing one juror. As soon as those jurors.
Yeah, all right. So if a phone goes off again, dude, I want to see what this guy does.
I'll get here.
It's going to tell us a lot about him.
The opening statements.
Judge, I did email the court staff about an individual, Brandon Boudreau, who would like to be present. He's in the courtroom currently. He has been noticed by the defendant back on March 6th as a potential witness. He has not been subpoenaed to date. He is here and would like to be present in the courtroom for the trial. I think that the court has previously allowed another witness that the defendant had also listed, reporter Nate Eaton, to be in this courtroom. The court had indicated that if these individuals were not subpoenaed, that the court would look at precluding them. It has been over a month since she has noticed him. He has not been subpoenaed. He is a victim in another case against this defendant. I'm asking that he be permitted to remain in the courtroom today.
All right, let me hear from the defendant.
Your Honor, our subpoenas were with OPDS, so I do not have any. We're looking for some confirmation from when those went out.
Well, is this a witness that is, first of all, have relevant information and likely to be called as a witness?
Yes.
What's the relevant information?
There's several things, but he will be called to talk about things that he was involved with my husband during that time.
Well, has the state interviewed this witness or potential witness?
Not with regards to this case. I don't know what he will be called to talk about things means. So I would like a little more information as to what the relevance is of this witness.
He has to have relevant information, which, as I've said, is testimony that makes a fact more likely or less likely. That's an issue in the case. So what fact would he testify about that make it more likely or less likely? Can you give me some sort of specific information that you would expect him to testify to?
Yes, Your Honor. His communications with my husband up to the date of his of this incident.
What would those communications be? And how are they not hearsay?
They're his communications with my husband. That's how they're not hearsay.
Okay, and what type of communications?
Phone calls, text messages.
I meant what substance? Can you give me some idea of the relevant information that he would provide to the jury that would help them make a decision.
Without giving away my
Today, Junior?
Well, we don't just get to call witnesses that,
This is bound to
are
happen.
going to testify about. We talked about information about what
This
is
is bound to
anticipated
happen
testimony would
during
be.
a trial where somebody's representing themselves.
Well, his relevance in coming that day to do an intervention on me with the family.
Is this witness, Mr. Bardreau, is in the courtroom?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
All right.
So is she trying to like pin this shit on him?
All right, let's go on.
Or
Sidebar.
provide an alibi or character witness? What's his relevance? What's he there to do? What's his purpose? Yeah, you need a patient judge when you have somebody representing themselves because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And they're going to be argumentative. They're not going to know the law. And you have to be real careful that they don't violate that person's rights. So you need a real patient judge when somebody is representing themselves, I would imagine. What's up, Jen? Yeah, like he can't school them on the law, but he can like the thing is if she tries to do something that she's not allowed to do, he has to explain why. And I don't think he by law has to, but you want to avoid appeals, you know? You don't want to give them any wiggle room for appeal. So it's like a real good example of that is how God, her name is Jennifer something. I can't remember her last name, but the judge in the Daryl Brooks trial was a fucking saint, an absolute saint. So the judge in that trial, she worked that case perfectly. She was incredibly patient, but left very, very little room for appeals, even though he is going to appeal, but left very little room for him to have any complaints as to him not receiving a fair trial, so on and so forth. Yeah, she was incredibly patient. Man, I felt so bad for her. Darrow, thank you so much. Jennifer Darrow. Yeah, she was very thorough. And he fired his appeal attorney, so he's going to be representing himself, which is, I mean, this is what these idiots do. Like, look at Sarah Boone. Dude, Sarah Boone's trial was like a fart in the wind. It was over. It's like before it started. Ridiculous. Oh wow. Okay, so she did the approval to present to represent himself in appeals court as well. Wow. I guess she had to. I guess that's how it works. But yeah, see, this isn't, I don't think that this is, I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure if this is like her motivation for representing herself is the same as those others. Those others are just control freaks and knew that they could make a mockery out of the court and drag things along and kill time and stall. They knew that they had the right to do this and they found a way to do it. That's all they did. I'm not sure if that's what she's doing here. I don't know if that's her. I mean, I think a part of it is just her wanting to stall, but mostly I think it's her having a God complex and feeling like she's the best person to do it. Guys, I do have a very special guest backstage. Please give a warm welcome to Miss Annie Elise.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. Sorry, I'm driving now, so I'm calling in again without my camera on, but you know, that's how it goes. Life happens.
It's fine. It's fine.
Glad you're covering
because-
this. I'm interested to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear yours. Can you, since I haven't followed this in God knows how long, can you like give a quick rundown, since you're a speed talker anyway, on what we're watching here and why?
Yeah, so I'm sure everybody's familiar with Lori Vallow. She's been convicted of murdering her two kids, JJ and Tylee. She was the Doomsday mom. She married the like freak Chad Daybell, and they believed the world was going to end. And then short version is anybody who got in their way of life insurance policies, wanting money, wanting to be together, coincidentally was killed. So Charles, who she's currently now going to trial for, which was Lori's fourth husband, when she and Chad first met, she was still married with Charles. Then Charles was shot and killed by Alex Cox in what Alex said was self-defense. Alex is Lori's brother. Then Lori and Chad moved to Idaho with the two kids. Then the two kids were killed. Tammy Daybell, Chad's wife, was killed. Then when her body was exhumed, they realized it wasn't of natural causes. Then Alex Cox, Lori's brother, died, which they said was an embolism, and I don't believe that. I think there was something shady. So she was convicted, and I think she's facing, what is it? I can't remember how many counts of life in prison, or how many terms of life in prison, but she has been sentenced to life in prison for those murders. And then Chad was given the death penalty. So now she's back on trial, this time in Arizona, for the murder of Charles Vallow, her fourth husband, and she's being charged with conspiracy to commit murder, saying that she was involved in the planning and execution. That she has chosen to represent herself, which, gotta love it. It's gonna be a fucking circus. It already is a circus. A friend of mine is there right now covering the trial. A couple friends actually, and already before opening statements, she was trying to get Brandon Boudreaux thrown out, saying that he's a witness. Yet she said she put him on her witness list, but he was never subpoenaed. So they were fighting this morning, going back and forth. But it looks like, my last update, it looks like he was removed from the courtroom because he is going to be on the defense's witness list. So yeah, that's where we're at.
Wow.
Nutshell.
Yeah. So that interview that you sent me, what are your thoughts on that?
So she did an interview. The first one she did, like in recent history, was with Dateline and Keith Morrison about 4 weeks back. And then she did this one. And this one didn't really surprise me too much. I think we all kind of, who have been following this, knew that she was going to take this more like self-righteous, victimized approach. And that certainly is what she's doing. But I did think it's interesting how she's now making herself out to be this martyr for women's rights, and how all of these women are in horrible condition in the jail, and the speedy trial piece of it all, which, fair, if the conditions are bad, I get it that they shouldn't be in a jail awaiting trial for 8 years if they've just because they waived their right to a speedy trial. But she's just kind of posturing in a way to me where she wants to be more of an advocate and a martyr and like side with women, to where she's hoping that'll elicit some sort of sympathy, I think. But still, anytime anything was brought up regarding her children, or even what happened with her late husband, Charles, she just re-victimizes herself and talks about how she had a lot of tragedy in her life and how God has a plan, and that's the reason she's in jail. She's there to support the women and to help lift their spirits. And again, just no
But
accountability.
how is she doing that if she's on lockdown 23 hours a day?
She says they're talking through the cells, like through the like openings and cracks, which
Okay.
I honestly, I think that somebody who is in like the shoe or like isolation, I think that's the worst thing somebody could possibly ever have to go through, regardless of what they've done. But if I were in that jail and if I had to hear Lori Dingbat Daybell
Oh
talk
my
nonstop,
God.
I would want to be like isolated in Max, because I can't imagine, like, I'm sure some people are conversing because it's like you want the company, you want to talk, but like I also imagine her just relentlessly talking and talking and talking and spiraling to where you're like, oh my God, this woman in like cell block C won't shut the fuck up. What's going on? You know, like that's my worst nightmare.
Yeah.
Honestly.
That sounds like pure hell, dude.
Yeah.
Like I mean, just listening to her talk right now in that interview, and that was a short interview that wasn't even 20 minutes long. And
No, I know.
it was pure torture just listening to her fluff herself up like that.
Well, just wait till opening statements. I mean, imagine what we're going to see with that. And a lot of people have been wondering if she's going to testify. And I actually went on a friend of mine, Lauren Mathias. She has a great channel. You might have seen it, Hidden True Crime, with her husband, who's a psychologist. And I went on there last week.
You were on there? I just came across her channel because she just did something on the Karen Reed thing.
Oh, they're great. They're great. And she and I were talking about it, and she asked me too, she's like, do you think she's going to testify? And at first I thought that she would, because I think she likes hearing herself speak. But then the more I thought about it, I really don't think she will, because she doesn't like being backed into a corner. And if she's there, I mean, obviously she could perjure herself, but if she's being asked tough questions on the stand, I don't think she's going to be able to answer those. And so I don't think that she'll testify. I really don't.
Yeah, I don't think that she'll testify either. I think that you're right. I think that this is more about her having control, and she puts herself in a very vulnerable position of losing control if she takes the stand during that time she's on the stand. Right.
In all the other interviews she's done, even now in the previous trial where she was wrongfully convicted, she's had the opportunity to evade the questions. Even when like Keith Morrison was asking her, she'd be like, well, I don't know, Keith, what do you think? That doesn't make sense. And it's like, no, bitch, you're under oath. Yes or no, answer the question. And I think she knows that will happen, so she's not going to even go near it. But then again, she's in my opinion, a full-blown narcissist. So maybe we will see her testify.
Yeah. I you know how I feel about that word narcissist. It's one of the most overused words in the true crime community, but I agree with you that yeah. I do agree with you that it applies with her, most definitely, with her and Chad Daybell. She is just full-blown God complex, like just full-blown.
Oh yeah.
Like not even trying to hide it. She believes that she was put on this earth to lead and control, but she calls it spread love. You know, it's really, really like, yeah,
right.
It's very transparent.
I've been trying to figure out like if she truly believes what she's spinning now, or if she's like had an awakening and realizes like, okay, no, you and Chad weren't one of the 144,000. Like the world didn't end in July of 2020 as you thought. Like maybe it's time to come back down to reality. But I think that she's just so, I don't even know if like you would say, I think she has been actually diagnosed with like some sort of delusion disorder, but it's also like, I think she does truly believe it. And maybe it's almost like a coping mechanism for like severe denial of what she's actually facing and what she has done. I don't know, but
that's what I would.
Such confidence.
I agree. She speaks it with such confidence, but at the same time, she's not fooling me that she knows right from wrong. She knows what she's done. She knows what she's doing is wrong, and she knows that she's lying about it. she's only convincing herself that she's justified in doing so. And I think that she knows that if she lies, she has to lie about it because nobody will understand. So that's her justification, I think, personally. That's so I absolutely agree with you. I think that she believes that she is the person that she says that she is, but I think that she feels justified, but feels like there's nobody here who there's no earthly being that could ever be, you know, enlightened enough to understand what her purpose really is, you know?
Right. I agree. And I mean, it's kind of not, I wouldn't say worrisome at all because I think the jury's going to see right through it, but she is very intelligent and like, at least she speaks, she speaks clearly, she speaks with confidence. And so I think sometimes it is easy to not even get swept up in that, but to think like, oh, like, does this make sense? I mean, obviously what she's saying, like, no, it does not fucking make any sense. But I think it will be really interesting to see how it goes during her trial. And I think there was some concern because it's only like, what is it? 3 women on the jury and the rest are men. And like people were like, oh, she wanted that. And like, she's going to use that to her benefit to manipulate them with her looks and her charm. But I kind of feel like if that was the strategy behind it and like that she's hoping that that's going to be the strategy, that it's going to backfire because I think if you had more women, like they might be able to relate to you more because I don't think the children's murders are going to be able to be admitted much into this trial. It's mainly about her conspiring to murder Charles. And Tylee was there for that. And she's going to be using defense that he was having an affair, that he treated her badly. And so I think if she had women on the jury, it would more likely work in her favor if that was the story going to spin, because you would get women to sympathize with her and like, I've been wronged by my spouse, or my ex-husband used to cheat on me all the time, or if Lori lies and says he was abusive or abused the kids, like I think she might be able to elicit more sympathy that way. Whereas with men, again, assuming she's going to be spinning the cheating narrative quite a bit, and like that her brother did it in self-defense because she was a battered woman, I think men, not that they would give somebody a pass on that, but I don't know that they would feel the same kind of sympathy for her as a woman would. So
Well, nobody would believe her.
It's going to be interesting, but that's kind of my perspective on it.
I have enough. I don't know. I feel as though she's pretty transparent, but it could just be because I'm familiar with the case to some degree. But I feel like men would probably see through that. And I think that you're right in the sense that like, she would probably garner more sympathy from women if that's the route that she's going to go. And that's the route. You're right. It's a very predictable route for someone like her to go if she's playing the victim card. Is she was a battered woman and it was self-defense in some way, shape, or form, or blah blah blah, or to garner sympathy. But I don't think I feel like she's I feel like she's going to definitely garner sympathy, but I'm not convinced 100% that she's going to try to go with the battered woman thing. I think that she's smart, like you say she is, but that seems like a little too easy of a route to go, too predictable of a route to go. I feel like she's probably thought of something better than that, or at least thinks that she has. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. And she may not go that route at all. I'm just wondering, like, what direction she's going to take it then, because her brother is the one who shot and killed him, again, in what he claims was self-defense, and that they got into an argument, and that she had taken Tylee where they went to like a drive-through, and then she was dropping the kids off at school, and she wasn't at the house, or not Tylee, JJ, because Tylee was there, I think.
Tylee was there, and JJ, she took to Burger King or something, right?
Yeah,
wasn't it Burger King to get breakfast?
That's right. And so the only reason I'm thinking she might bring in the battered woman is because what other claim is she going to really use to bolster the self-defense, rather than he used to come at me, he was coming at the kids, he was going at Tylee again, and that's when Alex stepped in. And she's going to try to paint this picture of Charles as the villain, of course. And I think the only way to do that is by trying to identify different things that he did in his behavior where she was the victim, which would then in turn, tie right back to battered woman, but maybe she won't do that. I don't know.
So I've heard that Colby has a YouTube channel. I haven't checked it out yet. But what's
He does.
Colby's position in all this? Is he going to testify here? What's going on with Colby in all this?
I don't know if he's going to be testifying. I don't know that he would have a reason to be called as a witness because he was pretty removed from the situation, to my understanding, when all of this went down. But
Okay.
he has been very vocal about his thoughts on Lori as a whole and what she did. And I mean, he's devastated because after Lori was convicted, she then later tried to put the murder of JJ on her own daughter, Tylee, saying that Tylee did it. And he was just like, how could you even like go there? And he doesn't call her mom. He calls her Lori, obviously. And he has a good channel as well. And he's been, very outspoken about where he sits with things.
Yeah, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. I haven't checked it out yet, but I'm going to, that's for sure.
I feel like there's a lot of stuff you can for sure get caught up on because it's just been like nonstop since this all began really in 2020. I think now that I think about it, I think Lori was the very first case I ever covered on YouTube.
Maybe, yeah,
I
that
think
could
so.
be. I don't remember. Because I know that's when we first crossed paths was your first YouTube stream. And
Yeah, I think it was
you were
Lori because it
still
was
in
when I was in New York. Yeah, I was in New York.
You were in New York, yeah. And so maybe because I was following that loosely at the time, but I remember I got lost on that because of all of the names that were involved, and I was overwhelmed. There was too much information.
Well, now you need to go back and revisit because if you can keep up with all the names in the Karen Reed case, you certainly can keep up with all.
Well, no. I since then I did. I caught up on it, and I managed to be able to compartmentalize, everyone in the timeline. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I was finally able to do that. But back when you were talking, back at the time when you're mentioning, I was just kind of loosely hearing it, but I was like, this is a lot,
Mm-hmm.
But I think what ended up happening was I watched the documentary up on it, and then I ended up getting sucked in, and then I had a much broader understanding of it.
Totally.
But yeah, like it's a lot of names, especially then. I was actually telling my audience that before that the Karen Reed case was the only other case besides this one that there were so many names to follow. Because there's just it's wild.
I know. I feel like I need flashcards to get fully caught up with Karen Reed and like quiz myself because every time I think I know everybody involved, I don't.
That's the thing, Annie, is like that case, specifically that case, there's something new that comes out almost every week between the defense's investigators and whatever they uncover and Turtle Boy's latest discoveries through his investigations. There's always something new, and like 90% of whatever Turtle Boy ends up covering that involves the case itself, like the case, not stuff around it, it usually ends up in evidence, or it usually ends up being brought up, or at least in a motion to be presented as evidence by the defense. So it's pretty crazy. There's always something new. And so if you're not following it as closely as I have, or anybody within the Karen Reed community has been, which is like, again, you have to do it so consistently. And if you're not doing that, basically, if you're not sleeping, eating, breathing this case, you're going to miss something, So,
that spreadsheet that you
lot.
shared with me has been really helpful. I went back to it again this morning and I was like, oh, this is definitely helping me. I'm like somebody who's very like anal, and so I appreciate the color coding of what as well of that spreadsheet. And like
I knew you would.
shows-
Sleuthy Goosey kicks ass, man. Sleuthy Goosey, I can't even imagine what it took for her to put that together. But when she sent that to me, I was like, oh, well, I'll just go over this and educate myself on this case live. I've never done that before. And then
it's a great
we
tool.
are.
It's a great tool. I know. I'm trying to gear myself up just this week and get like fully caught up with what has transpired even over the last couple months. And I'm like, I'm going to just start here as a point of reference and let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, you're gonna, it was funny because the last time you were up here when I was doing the last fundraiser for her, there were other people on the panel and we were just throwing stuff at you and you were just like, wait, what? I don't know. I haven't, I have not caught up on this. I haven't heard of this yet, blah, blah, blah. And it was stuff that I was just like, oh my God, yeah, that's crazy. Like I can imagine, Annie is covering every other case out there on top of this one. And it's amazing because you're one of the very few creators that early on covered the stuff that for some reason nobody else would talk about. And so like it was really refreshing when you would actually mention the McAlberts, and then when we discussed the whole, the similarities or the well, I guess it's similarities is a right word to use, or the same aspects that the Sandra Birchmore case has with the Karen Reed case, how they intertwine. I feel like that sparked your interest a little bit more too.
Oh, yeah.
And so now, I mean, look at what happened there, because you were one of, if not the only creators that really covered that case in depth with one of your videos. You did two actually, and then and this is before Farwell is charged and her murder or her suicide is overturned as a murder by the feds. So
I mean, anybody who thought that was a suicide is obviously completely a moron.
Right. Yeah, you have to be an idiot. And that's where I'm at with the Karen Reed case now. Like at this point, if you think that she's guilty, like I mean, with the ARCA experts and their testimony and how they were hired and the circumstances behind that, I am just absolutely convinced, between that and John O'Keefe's injuries, it's just not. I am 100% convinced that she's completely innocent of this crime. And I saw some
you're
movement
not alone.
here.
I feel like the majority of people out there believe that.
Yeah, most definitely. And I love that about you, is because I know you're careful about giving those kind of opinions out publicly, but I love that you're at least will always share all of the facts, and that's really important. And you were doing that when nobody else was doing it, when you made the videos early on, and I know that the community really appreciates that.
Oh, well, thank you. I don't always get it right, and sometimes I definitely do let my opinion slide in more than I should, but I'm human,
I think you should just let it go, man. Do your thing. Like, I mean, let's face it. You're at FU status. You know what I mean? Like, you can do whatever you want now.
I don't know about that. I don't know about
I
that.
feel like you can. If I'm still got my head above water and I haven't.
They're going to start here in a few minutes, so I'll jump off so you can summarize everything before you jump into those. But I'll text you in a little bit too once I'm back at my house, and if I can jump back on, I'll let you know.
That would be great. I appreciate you jumping on, Annie. Thank you so much. You there? Hello? Can you hear me? Oh. Okay, yeah, we lost the audio there, but I'm going to boot her off, and then hopefully she'll join us later. Annie Elise, everybody. All right, so now we're just waiting on, man, that was really cool of her to join. Now we're just waiting on the opening statements to start. I don't know what's going on. If I had to guess, it's much easier to blame Lori Vallow for this. Wait 1 second here. Yeah. All right. So yeah, we're just waiting for opening statements to start. If I had to guess, I'd say it was Lori Vallow holding things up. Usually when these defendants are representing themselves, they like to stall. Like right now they're on a you know what I mean? Like when these things happen, like these inmates, they're on an outing, dude. They get a little sunshine when they go from the courthouse to the transport van. They get a little just a glimpse of sunshine. You know, they might get some jail food, which I would imagine is slightly better than prison food. Maybe she even gets some McDonald's. Who knows? I don't think so, though. I seriously doubt it. I bet they bring her jail food. If I had to guess. But yeah, she gets to be out of jail for a minute. Right, Ducky Grammy. Most definitely. And you guys are awesome for hanging out with me, man. I mean, it means a lot to me. Thank you guys. Because I know we're not doing the Karen Reed stuff right now. There's still jury selection happening, and to me, you know, I'm not going to stream just to watch paint dry. You know what I mean? So, but I want to hang out with you guys every chance I get. So, you know, we're hanging out. That's a good question. I don't know how long opening statements will take, but Annie was on her way from her office to her home. She is married and has 2 small children. She has multiple businesses, technically. If she's a very, very, very busy lady. And so if she can jump on again, she will. No promises though. But I hope that she can. That would be really, really dope to be able to share this experience with her. But make no mistake that Annie, if she can be on here, she will. But if she cannot, it is because she is a very, very busy person and her time is very valuable. So if she manages to spare a few minutes for us, we're very fortunate. Yeah, I mean, listen, people, I'm not planning on crawling into a hole and staying there when the Karen Reed stuff is over. You know what I mean? So we've got to kind of spread our wings a little bit here. And I actually did cover this case a little bit. I didn't do it in depth the way that I have the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe case, but this is something I'm definitely not going to miss, which is this psycho hose beast representing herself and opening statements. That's just not going to miss that. No, and I think it's helpful to take a little break, you know. It sucks for Karen Reed because she can't take a break. I know for a fact that she is strategizing with her defense team who are working pro bono they're strategizing 24/7. 24/7. Like they sneak in naps when they can. That's how hard they're working. And that is absolutely to be expected when you're on trial for your life and you are at war, in a legal war with an entire local government. It's going to be a little it's going to be it's going to take a little backbone. And yes, Captain Skid Marks, it's great to see other cases to give some perspective too. It's going to be interesting to see how this judge handles this case as opposed to Judge Beverly Cannoni handling the Karen Reed case. And we're talking about somebody who we know to be guilty versus somebody who we know to be innocent, which is also very interesting. I will be right back, folks. Give me 1 second.
If the defense can produce text messages or some information to provide to the court that shows he does in fact have relevant information, he might be called as a witness. But so far, the court can't find that Mr. Boudreau has any relevant information to this case. Therefore, Mr. Boudreau struck again without prejudice from the witness list. He can remain in the courtroom. We're going to bring the jury in. The other matters that were raised by the defense, we'll talk about at another time when the jury is not waiting.
All right, so they're going to bring the jury in now, and this witness that Lori Vallow wanted to include on the witness list, the judge denied. Said that they're not going to be relevant and they're not going to provide any relevant information to the case. Now, before you guys get mad at me, I'm going to give you guys a little fair warning on my end here. One of the things that I am so pissed off about in the Karen Reed case is her rights being violated on a constant basis. If I see that happening to Lori Daybell, Lori Vallow, whatever the fuck you want to call her, if I see that happening with her, I'm going to call it out. Even though I know her to be guilty, I'm going to call it out because my interest in the Karen Reed case mostly is the injustice. Mostly is her rights being violated. Mostly is the law being weaponized and those who are sworn to uphold justice constantly violating that. If I see that happening in this case, guilty or innocent, I'm going to call it out. I'm not going to sit here and cherry pick when it's convenient for a judge to be shitty. So I just want to give you guys a heads up on how my brain works. I policing the police, I have to agree with you because let's talk about that for a second. So how could this be worse than Daryl Brooks? I think that it's going to be frustrating, just as frustrating. I predict it being just as frustrating, but for different reasons. Daryl Brooks is not intelligent, but he's manipulative, and he knew how to, like, he was like a kid in a classroom that was manipulating, getting away with detention, giving the teacher a hard time, taking advantage of a teacher who was being very nice and trying to be fair and be kind. That was the vibe I got from Daryl Brooks.
By a witness
Very
who has been
frustrating.
sworn in and is
Lori
answering
Vallow,
questions from the witness stand. Therefore, it is important to remember that
Lori Vallow is very, very intelligent, or at least to some degree, much more intelligent than Daryl Brooks, I would say. And she's going to frustrate us because she's going to find little loopholes to take advantage of. And that's going to get annoying.
So I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel, too. She can't go to Utah. They're planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thanks for standing by me.
I forgot to.
It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told.
There we go.
And so will you. Lori Daybell, the woman seated over here, wrote this to her brother, Alex Cox, on July 9th of 2019, 2 days before they killed Charles Vallow. But to understand why this is so meaningful,
She reminds me of Holly Hunter.
you have to understand the context. So let's talk about it. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow was married to Charles Vallow. Lori Vallow lived here in Arizona, Chandler. Charles Vallow lived in Texas. In July of 2019, Lori Daybell was Lori Vallow, married to Charles Vallow. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to be Lori Daybell, wife of Chad Daybell. And in July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to keep the same lifestyle that she had with Charles. And she could get all of this if Charles was dead. She could marry Chad Daybell and become Lori Daybell. She would get a $1 million life insurance policy from Charles Vallow. She would get Social Security for herself and their son, JJ, as a child of a dead spouse. And all of this would be true if Charles Vallow was dead. So what about Nephi? Well, Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox all believed that those who disagreed with them were dark, possessed by evil spirits, sometimes called Z's or zombies. Sometimes they had names for these evil spirits like Ned. Lori, Chad, and Alex used religion, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Just Irish,
and
thank
a story
you.
of Nephi, a prophet, who was directed by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban, to obtain brass plates and secure the long-term prosperity of Nephi's descendants. Lori used this religion and the story of Nephi as justification to kill Charles Vallow, just like Nephi killed Laban. On July 9th of 2019, Lori Vallow invoked Nephi when she messaged Alex to provide them with that religious authority to kill Charles. After months of trying to get rid of him, they were finally ready to be like Nephi. So how did this begin? We go back to 2018. Lori Vallow met Chad Daybell. You will learn that in November of 2018, that Chad Daybell came to Arizona for a Preparing the People conference. And he and others stayed at Lori and Chad's house. Charles was actually out of town with JJ. Lori and Chad acted as if there was nothing between them. but nothing could be further from the truth. By January of 2019, Lori Vallow claimed that Charles Vallow was possessed by an evil spirit that she called Ned. You will see text messages where Lori and Alex refer to him as Ned. During this trial, you're going to hear from some women who initially were close in Lori's circle. These women will tell you they met her through the Preparing the People conference. They are spiritual women within the LDS church. And initially they found Lori's spirituality infectious. But the more they listened to Lori, the more they started to find concern with what she was saying. One of them called it red flags. Lori began saying things like she didn't need to repent, that she was beyond that. And you'll hear from these women that that goes against everything that their religion follows. Everyone must repent.
Right. Yeah, that's a very good
Serena
point
Sharp
to make to the jury
that in
who are
March of 2019, she attended a
religious.
girls' weekend with Lori and some other women. They went to the temple, they had lunch, they did volunteer activities, and then Lori asked them to do something a little unusual. She told them that her husband was possessed by an evil spirit, and she referred to that as Ned. She told them that Charles was no longer in his body. She asked them to come together and try to cast out this evil spirit. Serena will tell you that she didn't ask Lori what would happen to Charles if that evil spirit went. She only knew that she had said Charles was already gone. She didn't know if he would come back or his body would just die. Later that month, on March 26th of 2019,
like I get that she's not very entertaining, but
quote, Ned is
I'm
still
sure
alive, just confirmed. Lori responded, it's not Ned.
I'm sure the jury is very, very compelled, actually, because the content of what she's talking about is like, what the fuck? Are you serious? So I don't think that she has to be so theatrical, you know?
Lori responded, a lot. Still working on it. We'll call you later.
Like the facts kind of dictate
As the
everything you need.
year went by, Lori and Alex became more determined to get rid of Charles Vallow's body, whatever they wanted to call him. You will hear from Christina Atwood that she attended a gathering on June 9th of 2019. Again with Lori and some close friends, but this time Alex Cox attended. This was the first time she had met him.
Thank you, Kelly.
Christina will tell you that she heard Alex say that he just wanted to kill Charles. In fact, she heard him say this a couple times. And she heard Lori say in response that she had been drugging Charles, crushing up JJ's pills and putting them in Charles's protein drinks. Christina will tell you she was so disturbed by this that she actually went and confronted Lori the next day and told her that if Charles ended up dead, she would have to go to the police. That's how disturbed she was. Now, Lori, of course, said it was all a joke. What else could she say? But 1 month later, Alex and Lori created that situation to be like Nephi and killed Charles.
Is Grant in the courtroom typing?
What about
What's going
Charles? You're going to learn that Charles and Lori had been together for a long time. They had adopted one of Charles's family members' children, JJ. JJ was everything to Charles. JJ was the reason Charles and Lori were still together. You'll learn that Charles knew about Lori's beliefs, that he was called Nick or Ned or some name. You will learn that Charles told a lot of people about this. And on February 26th of 2019, Charles made a big decision. He had a $1 million life insurance policy. Lori Vallow had been the beneficiary.
Well.
He changed it.
You got some
He
motive
changed
right
it to
there.
his sister, Kay Woodcock. You will learn he did not have to notify Lori about it, and she had no idea. You'll learn that Charles desperately wanted to bring Lori back to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You will learn that he was close with Lori's brother, Adam, and he was reaching out to him during this time period. You will hear from Adam. Adam will tell you that he himself had heard the defendant say things that were outside the LDS religion, that she was translated. Charles was possessed. He knew she was no longer following the LDS faith. Then, June 28th, Charles found out that Lori and Chad were having an affair. You will hear that he reached out to Lori about it, Chad's wife, and out to Adam Cox about it. Now you're going to hear about a lot of these things because the police executed numerous search warrants. You're going to hear that they executed search warrants on cell phone records, cell tower records, and iCloud accounts. You're going to learn that an iCloud account is basically a service through Apple where you can store everything, photos, emails, documents, whatever you want. This can be intentional, or sometimes it can be unintentional. Your phone or your computer may be saving items there without you even realizing it. You'll learn that for years, Lori Vallow had an iCloud account that was loriforstyle@icloud.com. But after Charles learned about Chad Daybell on that June 28th, she created a new iCloud account, lollytime@icloud account. Many of these text messages between Lori and others that you're going to hear about at trial were recovered from those two iCloud accounts. You're also going to learn about Charles's cell phone. The police eventually recovered it, and they were able to extract the data, look at the messages and things that had been in there. And you're going to learn about those text messages with Adam Cox from July 9th through the 11th. You're going to hear from Adam that they were talking about an intervention, about maybe recording Lori, saying these things and taking those recordings to the stake president, or just confronting the stake president about it. They didn't have an exact plan. But on July 9th, Adam agreed to fly to Phoenix to help try to talk to his sister, talk to the stake president, get her back into this faith.
I'm so glad this is happening in Arizona
Ultimately,
too. And not
Adam
in
flew to Phoenix on the
LDS
10th,
country.
as did Charles. Adam will tell you that he actually, when he got his reservation on the 9th from Charles, reached out to his brother, Alex. He asked to stay with him. And Alex said, sure. You'll see phone records. They had a conversation about it. But when Adam flew into Phoenix on the 10th, remember, that's after that message by Lori that he needed to stay close to her. Adam tried texting his brother. Adam tried calling his brother. And Alex didn't respond. Adam didn't know that his brother Alex had been summoned to help his sister Lori be like Nephi, that it was time to kill Charles. The text messages from Lori to Alex about that intervention that she knew about and being like Nephi show that by the evening of July 9th of 2019, Lori knew that Charles was trying to have an intervention. An intervention. In that text message, remember, she said they are trying to have an intervention. She knew it was Charles and others.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
She also told her brother he had to stay close for the next couple days because she knew that she was going to be seeing Charles on the 11th when he came over to pick up their son, JJ, to take him to school. She told him, it's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told. and so will you. A few minutes after Lori had texted Alex that message on July 9th that they were going to be like Nephi, Alex called his sister Lori, and they talked for over 56 minutes, planning how they were going to get rid of Charles.
Wow.
Alex would stay close with his gun, and he and Lori would be like Nephi. July 10th of 2019 is a day before Charles was killed. We know from text messages that by 7:18 p.m., Alex was already at Lori's house. He brought a garbage bag with some clothes and an orange duffel bag with his .45 caliber handgun and 2 extra magazines of ammunition. He was prepared. We also know that the evening of July 10th, Charles sent a message to Lori letting her know that he would be over at 7:30 a.m. the next day to pick up JJ, to take him to school. Lori and Alex knew exactly when this murder would happen and where it would happen. They just had to make sure that Charles stayed in the house. You'll hear that on the evening of July 10th, Charles spent his last night alive on a date. He had been on several dating apps and appeared to be moving on. You will hear from his date, Nancy Jo, that she and Charles had met on an LDS dating site a few days before. You will hear that she had talked to him and texted him for hours. Sometimes they would talk for 3 hours on the phone. Nancy Jo will tell you that Charles told her about everything of his relationship, his wife's beliefs, everything that was going on. And he had told her about this change to the beneficiary of his life insurance. She will tell you it sounded like a lot of drama, but she still was interested and wanted to meet this person, and so they met that evening for dinner. She'll tell you that she understood on the 11th that Charles would be picking up his son, that he was actually going to meet a realtor about finding a place to rent here so he could be closer to JJ, and that he was going to try to get in touch with Adam to meet up. And then they were supposed to meet later in the day. She will also tell you that she actually told Charles, kind of joking, but in a way to end the drama, why don't you just tell Lori that you changed the life insurance policy so she knows it's not her? Nancy Jo will tell you the next day, she texted Charles, she called him, and she actually thought he had ghosted her. She didn't know he was dead until a few months later when she saw something on the news, photo of him, and actually learned that he had been killed on July 11th. So let's talk about July 11th. That morning, Lori Vallow was up early and she was texting with Chad Daybell. You'll learn that we do not have those text messages. They were not saved in the iCloud, but we have them from the phone records. Alex was already at Lori's house with his gun, and everyone knew that Charles was a punctual person and would be there around 7:30 to pick up JJ so he could get to school.
Now there's body cam footage of
You're
this,
going to learn that, like many
and
people,
we'll go
Charles
over that
had left his GPS data
another
location
day.
service on his phone. So that means when his phone is moving around, it was constantly documenting with GPS the location of the phone. During this trial, you're actually going to see this data mapped out. You'll be able to see Charles come to the house, and then you're going to see his phone leave with the defendant and what she does all day with it. What we know is that Charles arrived at Lori's house at about 7:35. He texted Adam Cox and told him that Alex, or Al, is here. You'll see from photos that Alex's truck was parked in the driveway. Adam responded, "Really, I wonder why he never called me back." Charles didn't respond to that. Adam then texted, "They're planning something." And Charles responded, "Absolutely." Adam told Charles, I was supposed to spend the night at his house last night. She probably blocked that. Charles told Adam, what you do is up to you. Adam then told Charles he was going to reach out to Alex and ask him to come get him and see what Alex would do. And in fact, he did text his brother. You'll learn that Charles read that text message from Adam, but he didn't respond. Adam sent one more text message to Charles at 7:49 a.m. on July 11th. He told him that he and his son were going to go play basketball at 8 p.m. to look for a specific church leader who was usually there and have a conversation with him. Charles Vallow never read that message, but you will learn that Lori and Alex did. Charles went to the front door of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, a house that he had rented for his wife, Lori Vallow, a house that he paid for. Charles would have had to knock on the door, alerting Lori and Alex that he was there. He got JJ, put him out in the car. And then Lori Vallow created the reason to keep Charles from just leaving with JJ. Lori Vallow wanted to stop this intervention. Lori Vallow wanted to stop Charles and Adam from trying to take her temple recommend away. Lori Vallow, who wanted to be Lori Daybell, and Lori Vallow, who wanted Charles's money. So Lori took Charles's cell phone, and she refused to give it back. Lori Vallow, or Lori Daybell, whatever name you want to call her by, is why Charles didn't just leave with JJ that morning. Lori Vallow is why Alex was able to shoot Charles. Lori Vallow is why Charles is dead.
Yeah, Alex basically worked as a hitman for Lori Vallow.
You can understand what's happening here. When you walk in the front door,
Alex killed the
there's a
kids
big
too.
room. It was empty, no furniture. There were mirrors on 2 of the walls, windows on a 3rd wall, and the 4th wall had doorways going into the kitchen and a hallway off to the bedrooms.
Yeah, Alex killed Tylee and
where
JJ
Charles Vallow
and buried
was
him
killed.
on Chad
This is where
Daybell's property.
Alex Cox shot him 2 times. The first shot to Charles Vallow was to his chest. It exited out his back. Charles Vallow fell to the ground. He put his left hand to this wound, and blood transferred onto it. You will hear from the medical examiner that this shot went through his heart, and that a person can take seconds to up to 2 minutes to die from that type of wound. You will hear that a person can still talk and move after they're shot in the heart. And we know Charles was
Of course
able
they
to
can.
move since he put his dominant left hand on his chest and transferred that blood to his hand. You will see that. As Charles lay on the floor of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, Alex Cox stood at his feet and fired a second shot. That shot entered his abdomen, and it exited his left shoulder. The angle was significantly upward.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Dr. Baumgartner, who is the medical examiner, will tell you that this wound was shored. You will learn that shored means that there was something hard behind that wound. So when the bullet exited it, it caused a different tearing pattern than the other wound that exited Charles's back. It is this shored wound, this exit on Charles's left shoulder, that shows us that there was nothing accidental about this second shot. You will learn from the cell phone that at 7:49, Lori left Charles's house, or left her house with Charles's cell phone, his wallet, his rental car, and JJ and Tylee. She drove to Burger King, Walgreens, dropped JJ off at school before she and her daughter Tylee drove back to the house.
Oh, okay. So Tylee was in the car too. I was
During
mistaken.
this time, while Lori is driving around in Charles's car with his phone, she spoke with her brother Alex twice. The first call was at 7:52 a.m., 3 minutes after she left. The second call was at 8:06 a.m., 17 minutes after she left. You will hear that when Alex and Lori are talking, neither of them had called 911 yet. In fact, you will hear that Alex didn't call 911 until 47 minutes after Lori left.
Big red flag right there.
Charles Vallow lay dead on the floor.
Big
of
red
that house
flag.
For 47 minutes
Before he called
before
911.
he called 911.
Wow.
During this 47 minutes, Alex began staging the scene and making mistakes. You're going to learn that the police found a bat that was located on the right side of Charles to the north of his head. Like he had been holding it, and when he was shot and fell, it dropped, it rolled up against one of the walls that had mirrors on it. What you're going to learn that is, Alex forgot that Charles was left-handed. In fact, you're going to learn that Charles was a semi-professional baseball player. He pitched and he batted left-handed.
Boom.
So that bat was on the wrong side. Next, you're going to hear about an injury to Alex himself.
Sloppy Alex.
Lori had told police that Charles hit Alex in the head with this bat before Alex shot Charles. Classic self-defense. But in all cases, we must look at the physical evidence because it doesn't lie. And the physical evidence doesn't have a bias or a memory loss. Sometimes it's the lack of physical evidence that doesn't lie. So again, we know that this room where Charles was shot had no furniture, mirrors, 2 walls. You'll learn that although Lori claimed that Charles hit Alex with that bat and then Alex shot him in self-defense, that Alex's gun had no blood transferred on it. Alex was allegedly struck in the head with a bat by a semi-professional baseball player. Doesn't go unconscious, and he never touches that injury. Pulls out a gun, is able to shoot this man twice, and then he takes the gun down a hallway and puts it into a room.
What?
Never apparently touching his head or this wound. And again, Lori says that Alex was hit with the bat in this room by Charles. But again, what we don't see is any blood on the floor. Charles strikes Alex in the head with a bat. They're grappling on the ground. There's not a single drop of blood on the ground in that room.
Yeah.
There's pooling of blood around Charles.
Right,
as
because he
he
just
lay
got
there on
shot.
the ground. There's not a drop of blood going down the hallway to where Alex put the gun. There's not a drop of blood in the room where Alex put that gun. There's not a drop of blood on the floor in the kitchen where Alex went to go wash his hands. There are no towels, sheets, clothing, napkins with blood on them, where Alex was holding his head and trying to stop this bleeding from this injury.
For 48 minutes.
You will see on body-worn camera, Alex Cox, who's who's on with 911, will come out of the house. He will have a phone in one hand and his other hand up, and you will notice that he actually has a pair of sunglasses resting on the top of his head. You will see at some point Alex sits down and they ask him to move to another location. They talk to him for a while, and then you'll see him eventually touch his head a few times, and then he obtains a napkin or towel, something, and you'll see him at times rubbing his head, patting it. That is the only bloody item you will see.
Huh.
Those sunglasses on Alex's head. He is struck in the head by a baseball player.
Tylee was a
grappling on the
teenager and
ground.
JJ was much smaller.
He then pulls out a gun and shoots his
I
brother.
can't remember exactly.
Puts
Yeah, there
away
was.
this gun, deals with his injury, and yet those sunglasses are still right there on the top of his head. No blood on the floors, no blood on the gun, no damage to the mirrors, that on the wrong side. The lack of physical evidence to help support this self-defense claim.
Now, there's also body cam footage of Charles who called the cops on Lori
The medical examiner will talk
because
to you
he
about the
felt she was
trajectory
plotting
through
to kill him.
Charles's body. The detectives are going to talk to you about the trajectory through the room. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that the trajectory of that first shot to Charles, the one that went through his chest, through his heart,
Y'all
and
are
out
great.
his back, was front to back and slightly downward. It will be less than an inch downward. The
Thank you,
detectives
guys.
will tell you that the bullet from that shot, actually, as it exited Charles's back, ended up across the room in the baseboard. They pulled it out and recovered it. Both of them will say that this shot is consistent with Charles being standing upright with a person in front of him. The gun could be slightly down, or his hand could cause that little bit of downward angle. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that that second shot that entered Charles's abdomen and exited his left shoulder, that the trajectory of that shot was front to back and significantly upward, 13 inches upward. Dr. Baumgartner is also the one who will tell you about that shored wound. What you will hear from the detectives, though, is that when they found Charles on the ground, off to the side of his left shoulder was the other bullet on the ground, not embedded. They'll also tell you that when they finally moved Charles, they took his body away, they cleaned up the blood on the ground, and they noticed a defect in the flooring, in the wood, consistent with a bullet striking the ground.
Ha!
That defect was located.
He was on the
where
ground when he
Charles's
shot him the
left
second time.
shoulder had been. You will hear that both Dr. Baumgartner and the detectives found the trajectory, the wounds, were consistent with Charles laying on the ground, Alex being at his feet when that second shot was fired. The physical evidence does not lie. Charles was on the ground when Alex Cox fired that second shot. The injuries to Charles, the location of the bullet strikes, the trajectory of the injuries both in Charles and in the house all show this was not self-defense. This was a staged murder scene. I told you that Lori Vallow left the house at 7:49 a.m., and we know this because of Charles Vallow's cell phone. The 911 call was placed at 8:36 a.m., 47 minutes later. The police arrived at 5531 South Four Peaks Place at about 8:41 a.m. Lori Vallow and her daughter Tylee returned to the house at 8:48 a.m. When the police first contacted Lori Vallow, they thought she had no idea that her husband was dead, that he'd been shot and killed. Initially, you will see body cam footage of an officer going up and just getting her information. Lori doesn't ask, why are all these police here? Why is there a fire truck here? Why is my brother sitting on the ground over there?
Yeah, her behavior is
Is he
super weird.
okay?" Instead, she comments about her neighbors.
Right.
You'll learn that the police then pulled her aside to do what they call a death notification, to let her know that her husband was dead. Only to their surprise, she told them she knew, she was there. So at this point, the police knew they needed to take her to the police station and question her. You'll learn that Lori Vallow was interviewed by the police. She was treated very kindly. The police asked her what happened. Lori Vallow told the police that she took Charles's cell phone. She admitted that she was the reason that Charles didn't just leave and take JJ to school. She told police in no uncertain terms that Charles was demanding his phone back, and she refused to give it back. She told the police that
What?
even as Charles screamed at her for his phone, she walked away from him, wouldn't give it to him.
What?
No matter what happened or what Charles said or did, she would not give his phone back to him. Lori told police that her daughter, Tylee, came out of the room during the screaming with a bat. That Charles took it away from Tylee, and Tylee fell on the ground. And she told Tylee to go out to the car with JJ. She still didn't return the phone. She told police that Alex came out, that he and Charles got into this scuffle with the bat, that Charles hit him in the head with the bat. She still didn't give Charles back the phone. What she did instead was take his phone and go around that wall into the kitchen. Left the situation. Time to let brother Alex be Nephi. While she's in the kitchen, she said she heard the gunshot, came out, saw Charles on the ground, and her brother standing at Charles's feet. Then she told the police she left. You'll learn that the police actually had no idea that Lori still had Charles's phone. Even when they're interviewing her, she still had it. Police are processing the house, looking for it. Where is it? I can't find it. Later in the afternoon, you'll hear that the police actually called Lori and Alex and asked them to come back to the scene. And when Lori arrived, they told her they couldn't find Charles's phone. And she told the detective that she found the phone in the car. Found it in the car.
Wow.
She gave Charles's phone to Detective Enplan and then provided her with Charles's PIN number to get into the phone. You'll learn that after those interviews in the morning, Lori and Alex went back to Alex's house in Santan. And there they went through Charles's phone. You'll learn that Alex actually took photos of some of the messages between Charles and Adam, including Adam's flight reservations. And he later sent those to his sister, Lori. July 11th. Lori didn't tell any of Charles's family he was dead. She didn't tell Adam that Charles was dead. She certainly knows they'd been talking. The next day, Lori texted Charles's sons from his prior marriage and told them, "Your dad is dead." Charles's sons reached out to their Aunt Kay about this, and you'll learn that Kay and her husband had to Google this, see if it was true.
That's fucking
They
crazy.
found out that Charles had been shot.
That's so
what
crazy.
about the money? That life insurance policy. Charles Vallow had $1 million life insurance policy. When he got it, his wife, Lori Vallow, was the beneficiary. We know that Charles died on a Thursday, July 11th.
She didn't get the money though, I don't
That
think.
next Monday, July 15th, Lori Vallow called Banner Life Insurance. The call was recorded and you will hear it. She told the agent that Charles had been accidentally shot. It was an accident. And that she was the beneficiary. Both of those statements are not correct. There was nothing accidental about that shooting, and she was not the beneficiary. 3 days later, on July 18th, Lori Vallow learned that she was not the beneficiary. Banner Life Insurance could not and would not tell her who Charles had changed it to. But Lori was angry about it. And you're going to learn that on July 18th of 2019, there's another very important text message in this case. The first one on July 9th between Lori and Alex when they discussed being like Nephi. And on July 18th, 7 days after Lori and Alex killed Charles and Lori learned she is not getting a $1 million life insurance policy, she sends a message to Chad Daybell. Quote, "So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him.
Wow.
Can't tell me who, of course, but it's done. I'll still get $4,000 a month from SS." In this text message, Lori tells Chad
She put that shit
it's
in
probably
writing.
Ned, that evil spirit inhabiting Charles's body, that changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of him, before they killed him. After Lori found out that she was not the beneficiary, she was so angry that she actually went through Charles's laptop, found the beneficiary change form, sent photos of that to Chad. She also confronted Kay about it. The $1 million she had expected to get was gone. But as Lori told Chad on the 18th, she was still going to get money from the death of Charles. Lori knew already that a month before going to see Social Security, how much money she would get for JJ and for herself as a caregiver as a result of Charles being killed.
Wow, dude.
$4,000 a month. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence in this case is going to show you that Lori Vallow Daybell conspired with her brother Alex Cox to kill her husband, Charles Vallow. When Charles let Lori know he was coming into town, she quickly got the pieces into place. Alex came to her house with a gun. Lori created the way to keep Charles inside the house so that Alex and she could be like Nephi, to kill Charles Vallow to better at least her life so she could be with Chad and she could live off that life insurance policy. As we go through this trial, you will see photos of Charles's injury, photos of the crime scene, and hear testimony that will prove that this was not self-defense. As we go through this trial, you'll be provided with phone calls, emails, text messages, and hear testimony that lays out the motive for this murder, money, and Chad Daybell. You will see text messages and hear from people who Lori trusted and who were later pushed away, people who really don't want to be part of this trial, but were pulled into it by this defendant and her desire to get rid of Charles to be with Chad. People who heard Lori for months saying Charles was gone, possessed. People who will establish that this murder was premeditated. You will hear text messages from July 9th by Lori to her brother, Alex Cox, that he had to stay near her, that it was all coming to a head, and she would be like Nephi, and so would he. A justified killing, just like the prophet. And later, the text message to Chad where she told him that Charles changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of Ned. A confession by Lori of how religion and money were twisted to justify Charles's murder. At the end of this trial, the state will come to you and ask you to hold the defendant responsible for the death of Charles Vallow and find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
Wow. Trina K is totally my girlfriend, bro.
Will the defendant be giving an evidence statement?
Okay, because of the lunch hour, your opening statement will start after lunch. I'm going to excuse the jury for lunch. I'm going to ask juror 3 to stay back. I
Oh
need
my
to talk to you
fucking
about
God,
something.
man.
Please remember the admonition, jurors. We'll see you. Let's start. Everyone be back in the jury room about 1:20 p.m. and we'll resume at 1:30. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
All right, I'm gonna stay live because I mean the whole reason I went live was to listen to this lady's fucking bullshit opening arguments, not the one we just heard, but the psycho hose beast. So I'll stay live and we'll watch that. In the meantime, let me see if I could search for see something real quick. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to find the full body cam footage. I mean, there's a lot of body cam footage, y'all. There's a lot. Yeah, I'm glad this is first. Okay, so this will give you guys a little bit of an idea of like Charles Vallow suspected that they were plotting to kill him.
Kids. How old are your kids? 6.5 and 16. Okay. How long have you been trying? 2 days. Okay. But she's lost her mind. I don't know how to say it. We're LDS. She thinks she's a resurrected being and a God. And remember the 144,000. Jesus is coming next year. She took all the money out of her bank account today. My truck has gone from the airport. She went to the airport and got it. I just flew in from Dallas. Houston and Dallas. So where's your truck? I don't know. Okay. A good friend of mine's truck to pick me up. I went to the CSI to file a report, which is the community bridges or something. File a report. So you did the petition? Yeah, they ordered a pickup. Okay. What time did you do that? Hour and a half ago. Okay. So what makes her a danger to herself and to others? She threatened me, murder me, kill me. She threatened to murder you? Yes. And she said, how did she do that? My bishop right there is in the car. He was on the phone with me today when she said, I will have you destroyed. That's what she said there. Okay, that's not a threat to kill you. Yesterday was a threat.
Well, it turns out that it was a threat to kill him because he ended up dead. And he ended up dead in the exact same way that he just described that she would do it. I will have you destroyed. She didn't say I will destroy you. She said I will have you destroyed. And that's exactly what ended up happening.
Threat to kill me. Okay. What did she say yesterday? She said, you're not Charles. I don't know who you are, what you did with Charles.
It's not. That's the thing is he can't do anything with that. That's what's so fucked up about the law is like, and it's not fucked up. You know, it seems fucked up. It's inconvenient for a situation like this, but that exists to protect people from, from being arrested just because somebody takes their words and say that they mean something that they didn't. Like, destroy you. I will have you destroyed could just mean that she was planning on ruining him. You know, I will ruin your reputation, she could have meant. You know what I mean? So this guy can't lock her up based on that information. You got to understand that. It's hard for us to think of it that way because he did end up dead. And it did turn out to be a legitimate threat. The problem with that is at that time, when this is taking place that we're watching, it's just it's chalked up to be just some couple who doesn't get along and the wife is an asshole and says mean shit. You know what I mean? So you can't just fucking arrest somebody for that, and you can't lock them up. You know, and even still, like if she's even saying things that are crazy, like, oh, I'm part of the 144,000 or 144 million or whatever the fuck it was. I'm part of that. And, you know, I'm a messenger of God, blah, blah, blah. That still does not make her a danger to herself or others. It makes her delusional, possibly. Doesn't even mean she's delusional. She could just be talking shit. Right? But you can't just all of a sudden just lock her up and say she could be a danger to herself and others based on that. That's not a threat to herself, and it's not a direct threat to anyone else as far as a physical threat. Because otherwise, then Turtle Boy would have means to be locked up under the same points, right? So again, we don't get to cherry pick when, you know, vague statements are not enough.
But I can murder you now with my powers. Okay.
You hear that? I mean, I can murder you right now with my powers. I could murder you right now with my powers. Now, that's a little different. But at the same time, it still comes off like crazy rantings from somebody who is just talking out of their ass. I can murder you with my powers. I will have you destroyed, and I could murder you with my powers. With my powers, what does that mean? So if I'm that cop and all I do is garbage work, because that's what cops like that technically are just garbage men. They show up and it sucks for them, dude. But it's necessary. It's a necessary profession. So he has to, like, you know what I mean? Like this is a cop who answers domestic calls all the time. So he's just chalking this up as to just, God, man, I hear fucking crazy people tell each other this shit every fucking night. And then I tell them go one way and go another. And unfortunately, it does end up where it's like, fuck, you know, we should have done something. They should have done something. Like look at the Gabby Petito thing. Those Moab cops, that body cam footage, they actually made her out to be the aggressor. They thought she was the aggressor. They were going to put Brian Laundrie in a hotel room and make her sleep in the van. That's what they were going to do. And then what happens? Brian Laundrie ends up strangling her to death, bludgeoning her and strangling her to death. I mean, so it's like, what do? You know what I mean? Like, this isn't Minority Report with Tom Cruise, where you could predict these things before they happen because they're going to happen for sure. You don't know that they're going to happen for sure. And you have to know that they're going to happen for sure. You have to think that there's a legitimate, direct threat to somebody before you can before you can even risk violating their civil rights. Because if there's not a direct threat and you arrest somebody, you're violating their civil rights. So the law is not always the best thing as far as what we want. And the law does not always work in the favor of the victim. Because people have rights. Even criminals have rights. It's just the way it is. That is the way that our society functions. Because you're talking about a real slippery slope. You start arresting people based on hunches and based on threats or things that could be construed as threats, but could also leave doubt of whether or not they're actually a threat. See what I'm saying?
All right. So I'm gonna kill you too. Yesterday was
So she's speaking as a spiritual being.
She's not here. She lost her reality.
Is this just all recent, or has it been going on?
Been going on for about 4 or 5 years. It's gotten really, really bad lately. She goes to the temple every day and speaks with Moroni and Jesus Christ, and they tell her what to do.
You have them here, my child. You have them
last
here.
couple of days, she says, "I'm not Charles. You're not Charles. You're Nick Schneider." I don't know where she gets his names from. She got all this stuff from these people in Utah who tell her how many past lives she's had and probation she's had. And she's was married to Moroni way back when. And
So when you came back, why didn't you just go to the home?
because she told me not to come near it. All my stuff is gone. Okay. I'm not stupid. She could have done anything.
Okay.
I thought this would be the best way to do it. With what she's gone through and what Gabe witnessed with me on the phone today, I thought it was best to have her. She's psychologically, she's gone. Something's happened to her.
How old is she?
45.
45. So if we talk to her, is she going to be able to have a rational conversation with us?
Oh, she will. I'm sure she will.
Okay.
Yeah, she's just.
She'll probably tell me I'm crazy, huh? Is that what you suspect?
Probably. You're a dark spirit. That's what she's going to tell you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a dark spirit. Gabe's with me. He's our bishop. He's going to be a dark spirit. Whatever that means. You're evil.
And you said this has been going on for like 4 years?
Well, it's to an extent, but it's gotten really bad the last several months. And I've been trying to ignore it because hoping it'll get better.
Is she on any medications?
No. She won't do medications.
Has she been to a doctor?
No, she won't go to the doctor because she's a translated being, and they would find out she's translated. She cannot be killed. Cannot die.
And that's what she thinks?
Yes.
Okay. Has she made any statements about wanting to hurt the children or anything?
Today she said with Gabe on the phone.
My problem with this is that, like, she's acting like this, but she's got his kids. She took off with his kids and his truck. So he's like, what the fuck? Like, I'm supposed to just take this shit? You know what I mean? Like, she's threatening to kill me. She took off with my kids. She's talking about transitioning and that I'm a fucking zombie and all kinds of crazy shit. And I'm supposed to just sit here and take this shit? But unfortunately, that's the case. Because unless she's a direct danger to those children, she has rights over those children. She is their mother. This dude can't just call her crazy, because that's what abusive men do, don't they? Right? How many times has an abusive man weaponized the law against their significant other, made their significant other seem crazy in order to take control of their children, of her children, and just take the children just to hurt the mother? That has happened countless times. So this officer has to consider these things. He doesn't know who to believe here. You know what I mean? What he's hearing is fucking wacky as fuck. He doesn't know. So he's got to take everything that he hears with a grain of salt.
Come take the kids. I don't care what happens to them. Come take them.
Okay, but she didn't make a direct threat towards the kids.
No, not a direct threat.
Okay. And then she said that she would murder you through a spiritual...
No, she said, I can murder you.
I can murder you. And she's talking in a spirit...
I will kill you.
Spiritual...
No, she's talking physically. I will kill you because you're not Charles, and nobody will care.
Okay, so she at this point doesn't think you are her husband?
She thinks I'm Nick Schneider.
Who's Nick Schneider?
I have no idea.
Okay.
It's the name she used. I don't know where it came from.
Okay.
I'm just like, I'm as bewildered as you are. This is so foreign to me. Normal people, as far as I'm concerned, but this happens. It just drives me. I don't know what to do. I need help, and she needs help. She needs help.
And you just didn't want to go inside because of the statements that she made?
She took my car and I suspect she took my car and my keys. I have no keys to get in.
Oh, okay.
No garage door opener.
Okay.
She knows what she's doing. She took $35,000 out of our bank account today. I can't make payroll Friday for my company.
Wow.
She changed our bank account numbers. I had to change it myself to get back in, and I saw all the money's gone. I've got $7 in my name.
So, what's your first name?
Dude, that's fucking crazy, dude. She doesn't give a fuck. Like, can you imagine this poor guy having to tell his crew, his employees, I can't pay you? What's he supposed to say? My wife's crazy? That's what he's supposed to tell. Like, you work a fucking job where you're busting your ass. Because I think he owns some sort of construction. I don't know if it's like tiles, I don't know if it's roofing, but he works some sort of he owns some sort of construction company. What is he supposed to tell his employees? Because if I'm working as a roofer or a fucking where my fucking hands are calloused and blistered from busting my ass all goddamn week, and then this dude is like, comes to me and he goes, hey man, listen, bro, my wife thinks that she's God and shit, and then she like cleaned out my bank account. I don't know what the fuck. Dude, I'm not gonna want to hear that shit. Dude, you better fucking find your wife. Where's she? I'll go talk to her. You know what I mean? Where the fuck is she? I'll go fucking talk to her right now. Like, I'm gonna get my money. Where's my money, dude? Like, there's no way I didn't bust my ass all goddamn fucking week for you to come to me and tell me that your wife's crazy. And that's why I'm not getting paid. And that's why I'm not putting fucking food on my kid's table right now. Fuck are you talking about? You better come up with something better than that. I'm not going to want to hear that shit. This poor guy, dude.
Name again? Charles. Charles lives here with his wife and 2 children. Charles was away on business.
Third nephew upstairs. His name is Zach. He's 19. He's our nephew. He can stay with us.
Have you tried to call him?
Yeah, he won't call me back either.
Why won't he call you back?
No.
Okay.
That's what I'm worried about. I hope they're okay, but I don't know.
For real.
All right.
Dude, I'm the guy calling up the rest of the crew and going, yo, y'all know we're not getting paid, right? Y'all know we're not getting paid, right? Like, what do you mean we're not getting paid? This motherfucker's sitting here talking about his wife is crazy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Look, we're going to meet up at the McDonald's parking lot. All right. I don't know. She's blonde. I mean, I guess she's kind of fuckable. I don't know, but she's blonde and she's got our money. So I'm going to call the cops. I don't think they're going to be able to do nothing, but I'm going to find our money. Who's coming? Who's coming? Like, that's how that's going down. That's how that fucking shit is going down. Especially if he's paying these motherfuckers cash or some shit. Like, that's crazy. Dude, I hated working jobs like that. There's so many jobs I had to take like that where I got a check from the boss and the boss was like, don't deposit that just yet. Don't cash that yet because they don't have enough money in their fucking bank account. Always made me go, fuck, man. God damn. Why can't I get a better job? Like, I hated that shit. I hated that shit. Because dudes who are working small businesses, who own small businesses, they're struggling too, man. You know what I mean? Like, some of those small business owners are living paycheck to paycheck themselves. After payroll, after bills, after overhead, they're like, fucking, this is how much I got left to put towards groceries for my house, to pay rent. But you got to pay your crew first. Because if you don't have a crew, you don't have a business. Dude, straight up, like, McDonald's parking lot, 20 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. She's blonde. Yeah. Kind of hot, I guess.
So his question is, he lives here. There's no orders against either one of them. If we can't make contact,
If he wants to let us in, now we're doing a 670 check.
I don't know how to get in. I can have to break a window. I can try to.
where I was going with this, he was in Houston on a business trip, and then he flies back in to Sky Harbor, and his truck's.
Listen, I know y'all don't want to hear this shit, especially you ladies don't want to hear this shit. I'm trying to tell y'all, listen, I'm going to be fucking perfectly honest with you. Back in 2020, before prison life, she was okay. She was okay. I thought she was way out of Chad Daybell's league. I was like, what's she doing with him? You know what I mean? Y'all are, ladies hate this shit. Ladies hate this shit. Let me explain to you ladies a little something about men, bro. Okay? Like I joke about like being a pen pal, writing their letters and shit just to piss you guys off, right? Like, because I know it fucking gets under your skin. Even though you know I'm kidding, it gets under your skin. It's really funny because you guys hate her so much. So like, but let me explain to you guys how dudes think. This is how dudes think. Like when I make a joke like that, okay, there's this very, very small little part of me in my head that like seriously considers it for a second, but immediately shuts it down. Immediately goes, and then goes, ew, no, Jesus Christ, the fuck is wrong with you? That's how men think. That's just because that's how we're built, dude. It's how we're built. It's how we're built. Like there's no fucking way. Like there's just no fucking way. But we do have that emergency brake. Okay, we've got that emergency brake in our manisms. Okay, we do, believe it or not. Some men don't. Some men are just fucking desperate, pathetic fucks. But there's just some mechanism in our heads that always considers the possibility. Always. Okay, now. It's just how we're designed, dude. Like I didn't make water wet. You know what I mean? It's just how we're fucking designed, bro. Like like I can't even imagine. Like disgusting. But it's really fun to joke about.
Truck's gone. He suspects that she went there and took the truck. He doesn't know.
Use my wallet in it, so.
All right. So, all right. Is it this house or the one with the flashing lights?
Right there.
On the side of the road.
Oh, where those palm trees are? You don't have a hidden key?
No, it's in the house.
Dude, it's so many factors. It's like it's an ego thing. It's like a natural instinct to conquer that men have. It's just really weird. It's hard to explain. But a scrupulous man, such as myself, would never even give it more than a split second's thought before going, oh, yeah. Think about it like this, dude. Because even still, man, some men are so desperate. Some men are like, well, would the sex be good at least? And that right there, because some men are thinking like, crazy. Men in the chat, help me out here. Like, this is what we do. This is what we do. I'm not proud of it. I am not proud of it. Okay, but it does happen. The crazy, for some reason, it makes you consider it for a second. But the only thing about the crazy that makes you consider it is that there's a good chance that their sex is going to be really, really good, right? Like totally wild, insane, right? But the thing is about that is it's not worth the risk, because if you end up having sex with that crazy and it's not good, Oh man, you put it all on the line, dude. It's all over, dude. You just put everything out there and you just made yourself vulnerable to all kinds of fucking headache. God knows what kind of shit you just put your life through, bro. Like, and if she gets pregnant and she's no good in bed on top of that, and she's crazy, dude, you fucked yourself. You fucked yourself. I did that. That's it. Like, I mean, that's it. That's why I'm just like, I mean, every dude has their reasons. You know what I mean? Every dude has that thing in it, like that muscle in their brain that they worked out and grew that allows them to say no to pussy. You know what I mean? Like, you can do that. Like, it's very, very easy. But it takes like working out. You got to work it out. You got to exercise that muscle in your brain, bro. You can't just have it. So I'm trying to tell you, listen, like, immediately, like the like any man who, because every man has this mechanism where they have to like consider it for a second before they dismiss it, before they shut it down. You know what I mean? But a man with any self-respect will consider this person, doesn't matter how good the sex is, dude. Doesn't matter. And it's not worth the risk, because again, what if you're wrong? What if she turns out to be that crazy and a dead fish? And she's got a smell to her and everything. Who knows? There's all kinds of things that could go wrong. And it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. But that's every man. I'm trying to tell you, any man who fucking says different is a goddamn fucking liar. Okay? But every man who was following the Daybell Vallow case, at some point watching a documentary 5 years ago, looked at her and went, no. But they did this. They went, no. Same thing with Casey Anthony. Same thing. Still happens. Casey Anthony, if I haven't seen her in like 10 years and then there's like new footage that shows up of her, I go, no. I'm telling you, it's how men are. Not proud of it. This is one of the reasons why women are better than men. Okay? This is just, take comfort in that thought. Okay? I'm conceding this. Women are better than men. This is one of the many reasons why. Okay? Just saying.
So it's not hidden.
KJ can open it. Do we have to push locks? Really?
Understand.
Need a rudder.
So the dog is gone too?
Yeah, obviously, he doesn't bark much. He's a service dog. Very well trained, but he would be barking. They wouldn't leave him here. He's a part of the family. So I'm going to go try the back door. I'm going to break the window. Okay?
Yeah, it's the whole child murdering thing that's a big turnoff, bro. You know, it's it's a big turnoff. Like a woman capable of murdering children, not cool. Pretty gross. Not into it, man. Sorry.
Yeah, that's up to you if you want to break the window. If I was going to break something, I'd probably break your garage door, because you could still secure your garage. Once your window's broken, you can't secure it.
It's there. So it's just a bit dead.
So now the cops like telling him how to like break into his own house. Like, listen, man, it's probably better to go through the door, bro, instead of breaking the window, dude.
Here.
All right. Well,
Kick it in.
One swift kick will do it.
I'll do a mule kick. We'll try that first. You gotta get closer.
I'm going to try to walk you.
You want us to enter the home, right? You want us to clear it, sir? Yes, please. Door, police. Anybody in the house? Oh. All clear. She said, take the kids, I don't care.
I don't care what happens to them. Take the kids. I don't care what happens to them.
Well, that's not a direct threat to harm.
I know.
Everything she said it sounded very carefully subjective.
But
Nothing
she
could be
won't
interpreted.
You know what also pisses women off in the true crime community when I do this? When Chris Watts comes up, I go, hey, Nicole Kessinger, if you're watching. Oh my God, man. Y'all get real mad over that shit. Like, nobody is more hated, like, other than Casey Anthony. Aside from Casey Anthony in the true crime community, I'd say that, like, Nicole Kessinger is hated more than anybody. Like, listen, Nicole Kessinger didn't do nothing, okay? Show me a goddamn charge on Nicole Kessinger, all right? She's a victim in this. She was duped by Chris Watts. You're not going to convince me any different until I see pictures of Nicole Kessinger being fat, okay? Until I get proof that she's fat, she didn't do nothing, all right? You understand?
Contact me, won't tell me where they are. Is there something I can do about that? Because she's got a impending.
Did she say she was leaving or anything like that, or did she say anything like that? But she told you not to come back, is what she said.
Well, as a parent, she has the right to take her children, whether, who knows where she's at. We don't know where she's at. She has the right to take the children. You weren't home at the time, so she's in her legal right to do so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As of right now, the statements that are listed in here are provided by you, which, to my understanding, you kind of overheard some of them. Okay. Did you hear her make statements of wanting to harm or kill herself?
I'll tell you right now, cougars are my jam, bro. All right? I'll tell you that shit right now. Cougars are my jam. I don't mess with younger women, dude. I try to avoid it as much as possible because younger women are fucking they can't handle. Listen, let me be clear about this, bro. Keep this shit since we're talking about it. All right, listen. Women in their like 20s, early 30s, they're not ready for the fucking twisted shit that happens in here. They're not ready for it. Okay? They can't, like, women reach a certain age where they're like, hey, we'll unlock the sick fuck and show me what you got. Give me your best shot. That's what I go for. Okay? That's what I go for. I like an adventurous woman who's like, oh, really? You think that's wild? Okay. That's what I won't settle for less than that. Okay. I'm not trying to teach nobody nothing. I'm not trying to fucking counsel anybody through some new experience and blah, blah. My days of that shit are over, dude. Let me tell you guys something. I am at an age now where I have hacked life. I bypassed, I circumvented that need. I got past the age where I felt like I was failing in life if I didn't get married and settle down. Like, I'm past that nonsense. Like, now I look back at it. I've explained this before. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, the notion is absurd. It's absurd. I am way too busy doing whatever the fuck I want. Way too busy. Okay? Cougars don't play games. Okay? I don't have time for that shit. I don't have time for the rigmarole, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't have the patience. Sit around fucking, oh, let's go on a date. Here's some flowers and blah, 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 blah. No. I like a woman who's like, listen, man, I've been married for fucking 20 years. I'm sick and tired of that shit. I was fucking sexless. I finally had the fucking audacity. I finally got the guts to get up and leave this boring, dead fuck motherfucker. And I'm trying to get laid. I'm trying to go insane crazy. Can you handle that? And I'm the guy that goes, where do I sign? Except I'm not signing nothing. That's I don't have time or patience for these weird traditions, these weird traditional rituals to go through. I've already bypassed and circumvented all that shit. You know why I did that? Because now I don't even give a shit if I ever get laid again. I don't fucking care. I've done everything I've ever wanted to do. Everything that I've ever wanted to do, anything that my sick, twisted mind could ever fucking think of, that I've managed to be able to do. And now it's like, okay, now I don't give a shit. I could just be alone and fucking, it's great. If you can't somehow enhance the feeling that I get from being alone, if you can't somehow enhance that, it's not going to work. And that's the fun part. The fun part is, how can you possibly enhance by being with me and fucking up my alone time? How can you possibly enhance the feeling that I get from being alone? You can't be done. Nobody's company is better than my own. You'll never be able to do it. That's the hack. Okay. I'm single. I'm staying that way. I'm never, ever going to put myself in a position to where I got to hear somebody complain about anything. Ever. Like, I love that, like, if somebody's complaining, I have no moral obligation to sit there and listen to it. None at all. No moral obligation whatsoever to listen to this shit. I can just be like, listen, I got to go. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Like, it would have to be, for a woman to come along, she would have to be like something that I created in my mind, like in Weird Science, dude. Like, there is that woman that exists in here, but she does not exist in real life. And if she does, she's already married, taken, can't have her. That's it. You know? So no. What do you mean I have not met the right lady? See, that's the thing is, Debbie, you're missing the point. I meet the right lady every single fucking time I actually get the desire to get laid. I meet the right lady every time. That's the beauty of it. There's not just one right lady. There's the right lady at the time. It's perfectly convenient. You're not understanding where I'm at. We're not on that. We're not on the same level, dude. On top, thank you so much. We have seen the light. Yes, you have. Kelly, thank you so much. What age do you consider a cougar? There's no particular age. I just have to be able to see the look of complete and total giving up on life in her eyes. I have to be able to see that she's been completely and totally beaten down by life and gives no more fucks, just like me. And then we can fucking vibe. That's when we start to vibe. Once that happens, then we're good. And we can maybe go from there. But that's just the template. You have to look like you have been beaten the shit out of by life. And I got to see it in your eyes. Not in your body, but your eyes. Okay? If I can't see that shit in your eyes, it's not happening. Okay? That's a cougar. One who gives absolutely no fucks. They're too old to give a fuck anymore. That's the standard. That's the minimum standard right there.
Did you hear any statements of her wanting to harm or kill Charles?
No, other than she used the word destroy. Which again, subjective. She could have meant a number of things, obviously.
Okay.
There was definitely nothing that would qualify as a terroristic threat or.
So she didn't say I'm going to kill you or anything like that. She didn't say she was going to kill herself or anything like that.
And you can see this shit coming a mile away. Like what this dude's going through right now. If this dude had just fucking not been married, you know, like poor Charles Vallow, if he had just fucking bypassed and been like, this woman's probably going to be crazy one day. He had to have sensed it at some point and just didn't give a fuck. He was too desperate. Probably was like, I'll probably never hit a woman like this who's this beautiful to be interested in me again. So I better lock her down and get married. See, that's a crazy fucking way of thinking. That's insane. That's an insane fucking way of thinking, dude. That's an insane way of thinking. If this dude had just like chilled out, bypassed, and just lived his life, dude would have been able to avoid this whole goddamn thing. Now he wouldn't have had these kids, but he would have been able to avoid this whole goddamn situation, dude. Like it's real easy to spot this shit once you get to a certain age, bro. Like I could smell crazy a fucking mile away. Like even if there's even like the slightest like hint, just did I smell crazy? I don't know if I smell crazy. Did I smell crazy? That's enough. That's enough. Like, no, not doing it. It's not worth it. Not worth it. The only reason men do that shit is because they feel like, you know, there's certain things that they haven't been able to do sexually. And they always think that they're going to get the woman that's going to be down to do that. And that's why they end up cheating and all that kind of shit. Because men have some sort of fucking bullshit entitlement to pleasure. You know what I mean? Like, it's true. We all have that, right? But here's the thing is you can, like me personally, I have that entitlement to pleasure. I do have that entitlement to pleasure, but I manage my life to where I don't do that at someone else's expense. Okay? My pleasure is not at someone else's expense. I am completely independent of providing myself pleasure. Completely independent of it. Somebody has to be on my page if they're going to join in on that. But I don't have any fucking, like, I already did everything, dude. I'm going to be 50 years old this year, dude. Trying to tell you. Like, I feel like I beat the final boss, bro. That's what I feel like. I feel like I beat the final boss in a video game, bro, by avoiding marriage and being at my age and staying active and getting to do what I do for a living. I completely and totally fucking beat the final boss, dude. I am in pure bliss. Loneliness doesn't exist. Loneliness is gone. The feeling of loneliness completely and totally over. I'm a stranger to it now. I don't even know what it's like to feel lonely anymore. It's amazing. Trying to tell you. Life is fucking wonderful.
Just some just the irrational statements about calling him a different name and saying he was a different person. There was a level of disconnect from reality that was a bit disturbing. But that's just my impression. That I don't have anything substantial to back that up with just one quick conversation.
And when did you try to call the nephew?
10 times today.
Excuse me?
Last night, 10 times today.
Okay.
He won't answer. No text. Look, here's his text. Last time he answered me was Tuesday.
But you were home Tuesday, right? Or you left Tuesday morning?
I left,
you left Tuesday morning?
Tuesday morning. It was last Tuesday. Okay? Mm-hmm. And yesterday, no word from him. No word from Tylee, my daughter.
Does your daughter live here too?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just killing time, dude. Like, I want to hear this fucking asshole's opening statements. So we're just killing time, Scott. So why not throw in a tangent there?
From what I'm gathering, correct me if I'm wrong, this is where I would go. First of all, we don't know if she took your truck. So you parked it at Sky Harbor on Tuesday morning. I would contact Phoenix Police, make a stolen vehicle report with them.
She took all my clothes out of my closet too, so this is what I got. Oh,
Start with Phoenix PD, reporting your truck stolen. Okay. As for tonight, we don't have a crime.
Thank you so much for gifting a membership.
Then you're supposed to be in the welfare check. Okay.
Carla, Ohio.
All the doors were locked.
This can't be served again.
Hold on, time out. Let me finish. You gave him permission to force entry into your home. What I can do is I can do a special incident report documenting some of this information. As of right now, there's no crime. Okay. We attempted to conduct a welfare check here by speaking with your wife. And
See, that shit's crazy, man. There's not even a fucking crime.
also to serve this.
Pickup order, right?
Two separate calls. We classify it 2 separate calls. Okay. Normally, we don't do this after 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay. It's
a civil order, and we're not even allowed to serve a search warrant without a judge's specific order at nighttime. There has to be specific cause that says that this needs to be served at night for some reason. So those don't get served at night normally.
This falls into that criteria, same criteria. The only reason why we're here is some of the statements that you made towards our dispatchers that you provided to them, that he made the decision to come here to conduct a welfare check to make sure that your children are safe. Okay. Upon us being here, you gave us permission to force entry into your home. That's got to be documented regardless.
Andy Ray, thank you for becoming a member.
So what I can do is I can type out that special incident report. You'll have a report with Phoenix Police. Technically, I mean, at this point, you can do a missing persons report, but
Listen, y'all that are getting mad about what I'm saying, you're only mad at yourselves because y'all didn't bypass life. That's not my fault. You're not mad at me. You're mad at yourselves. Don't get mad at me.
She's taking my son out of school.
But we don't know that.
Well, even if she did, she has that legal right. She's the parent. She can do that. So we don't
permission. I mean,
she's the legal guardian of the child.
What can I do, guys?
Let me put it like this, bro. Let me put it like this. I'll give you guys another example. Knowing everything that we know these days about lawsuits, about divorces, about all of these different things, about what it takes. We talked about what it takes to run a business, all of these factors in life. What reasonable man or woman, but usually a man because, divorce usually favors the man. Child support and things like that usually favor the women, not the man, but favor the women. Why would I, at almost 50 years old, having been on this planet for half a century, covering true crime, seeing how fucking crazy fucking people are, seeing how people fuck each other over and how they fucking kill each other and so for money and insurance policies and all kinds of crazy shit like that, why in the fuck would I engage in a legal contract with another human being to share everything that I own? To share myself, like my being, my freedom, my decision making. Like I have to go into a legal contract. That legal contract is going to bind me into making decisions that are in your best interest. Why the fuck would I do that at 50 years old? You have to be an insane person to put yourself in that fucking position. Why the fuck would I do that? I'm going to go out and I'm going to fucking be like, I want to be with you. I love you. Let's get the government involved. Honey, love you so much. Let's go to the courthouse. We don't need a big wedding. Let's go to the courthouse and get a judge to determine that we've acknowledged that we're going to spend the rest of our lives together. Why the fuck would I do that? That sounds absurd. Absurd. Like,
guys, like you said, you can file a police report with Phoenix. One way to try and get a response from one of them.
yeah, especially when marriages, statistically, all marriages end in, or 50% of all marriages end in divorce. Statistically, 50% of all marriages. So why the fuck would I do that? Like, that's fucking crazy. Why the fuck would I do that? Like, that's like walking in to a casino and playing blackjack and like taking all your savings, putting it on the table and being like, hit me. What? That's the same fucking thing. Why the fuck would I like? And now, like, the government can get involved and intervene in my fucking relationship with another human being. That's the craziest fucking notion in the world, bro. Why the fuck would I do that? It's fucking crazy. People are crazy, dude. And I realize okay, look, I'm not saying that anybody who gets married is a fool. That's not what I'm saying. At my age, yeah. I'm saying that, yeah, if you get married at my age, you're fucking stupid. But modern day Russian roulette, totally modern day Russian roulette. Exactly. Modern day, it's Russian roulette with the law. Is what that is. With civil law. Fucking crazy. How the fuck would I do that? But I mean, I get there are people that like they find their soulmates, and I know couples that have been married for a long time and they're best friends and nothing's ever going to break them up, and it just works for them to be able to share every single decision in life together. And some of the most, and fucking kids ruin shit too, man. Sorry, but it's true. Like, I'll say that the majority of the couples that I know that have been married for a long time and that I know are going to stay married forever, they don't have kids. They don't have kids. They made a conscious decision early on. And these are people whose weddings I was in. Like, literally, I was in those weddings. Like, they chose not to have children. They were like, fuck that. No fucking way. And they have like the best lives. They go on vacations and they save their money. And as a couple, they get to do whatever the fuck they want. But individually, they don't. But they're okay with that because, you know, they can't imagine doing something without their significant other. And I get that. And I respect that. I'm not trying to disrespect people who live life this way. I'm not trying to, because if you could pull it off, cool. What I'm saying is that's so risky that to do that at my age is absurd. It's too much of a risk. Like, life is way too convenient for me right now. It's too simple. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to have to go out and get a car. You know what I mean? I could go out and get a car right now. It's not like I can't. But it's crazy to do that now after I've been so used to walking for so long. I enjoy walking. I like it. Keeps me in shape. Clears my head. I love it. But then I factor somebody else into my life, and then it's like, oh, you need to get a car because it's going to take, you know, some of the weight off me to do this and blah, blah, blah. And I don't want to deal with that, dude. Like I could get up. I could have insomnia at 2 a.m. and get up and go to the gym right now. Like tonight. If that is priceless. I will not trade that. I will not. Becky, thank you so much. Shit, it's so enjoyable. Some have done it a couple of times. I see what you're saying. Yeah. People I love the people who keep getting remarried. That's my favorite. That's my favorite. Oh, no. My third wife. What? This is your third time doing this? What? She's my soulmate. The other one before this one wasn't, and the other one before that wasn't. Okay, man. Cool. Oh, shit, man. I'd love to stay and talk to you, but I got to go do whatever the fuck I want. Jeez, my bad, dude. Good luck with that. I'll see you later.
Is saying, hey, send a message to all of them saying, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on. My truck was gone from the airport. I've reported it stolen to Phoenix Police Department. If you guys took it, you need to let me know. So, because what's going to end up happening is,
Yeah, can I track it with that?
if you got OnStar or whatever, you can call them and find out. Yeah, whatever their version of that is, and you can find out where it's at, then that's completely up to you. But again, it's the only thing we're going to do, even if your reporter is missing, is if we find her, it's going to be, hey, are you missing? And she's going to say, nope.
What about the pickup order for tonight?
The pickup order is listed in our system. Okay. If we come across her, we can serve that to her and take her to Community Bridge. Okay. If she's found in Orange County, California,
Like, there's all this body cam footage. Like, this is January 31st, 2019. He went to the hotel to confront her. Now, court's about to start in a minute, but
So is she in there?
What's going on? Why is she here and you're not here, or are you staying here with her?
Long story. She's had kind of a break from reality. She thinks you're LDS?
Yes.
She thinks she's married to Moroni in the past. You think she's what? Married to Moroni at the top of the temple.
Angel,
Moroni.
LDS. Angel.
They don't let me in there. Probation, and she knows when the second coming is happening next year. So does the prophet.
Okay.
He knows it. She knows about it. She meets with Moroni, Jesus Christ, face to face in the temple every day. I've tried to support her as much as I could, but it's gotten really, really bad lately. She's had a break. She says, I'm Nick Snyder. I've taken over Charles's body, and Charles has been killed. I'm going to kill you. You're going to be murdered today or tomorrow. I can do it with my priesthood, with my power. She does priesthood blessing. She does.
So who's Nick Snyder? Okay.
That's who I'm supposed to do.
Okay. Right.
there is no Nick Snyder, lady.
She took my
There is no Nick Snyder.
So thanks. She took my truck to the airport last night when I flew in. She canceled my flights. I had to buy another ticket to come back home. I've got a 6-year-old with special needs.
Right.
Dude, this guy seemed like such a nice guy too, man. That's so fucking tragic.
And he stays at school somewhere.
Right.
Okay.
For now, if she knows I'm here, she's going to go get me.
Okay. What is she driving?
A black Infiniti QX80.
And you've looked all through the parking lots.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Do you have the license plate on that? It's KDM 62 or 63 or 67. It's handicapped. Okay.
Nothing in the pen. There it is.
And I don't know where she put my truck. She took $35,000 in cash out of that account yesterday. I mean, I just never thought she would do anything like this, but she's just lost touch with reality. I'm not me. She yells. She's unhinged. It's scared the crap out of me.
Okay. Now, I'm assuming you guys have phones. Is that an iPhone?
Yes.
Are you able to track to see where her phone is right now?
Her
I
phone's
hear
right here
iPhones.
today. Her phone's with me.
Oh, your phone. Now, how do you get her phone?
Because it was in the car this morning when she pulled up to school. I took the keys out of her purse out so she couldn't leave. That's when I called you guys.
Okay.
Somehow she has a set of keys and left with my dog. And so I don't know where I saw this in her purse. So I think she's here. They were going to give me a key to the room. I was going to go, if you guys will come with me, see if she's in there.
No, we can't just go in. If you're not allowed to go in, we can't either. We can
That's on my
just.
credit card. She gives me that.
Okay, that's going to be up to them if they allow you to go in. No, we can't. Now, you guys are married, so there shouldn't be. No, we're waiting for right now. What we're doing is my sergeant wanted to get some information from you. Okay. I was about to call you, but then Gary said you were here. We are just going to wait a second. My sergeant, they're on their way, because we have a sergeant training. So they're going to be here. they have the paperwork. So if she is here, we knock on the door, she's here. That's why we need the paperwork in.
I mean, dude, and he was kind of a stud too, man. Look at him. Like, he had that fucking, he's got those daddy vibes, man. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I see you ladies in here talking about, man, he was so handsome, you know? Like, that sucks so bad. Like, he could have done so much better than her, man. Like, that sucks so bad for him. Like, he did everything he could. This is a guy living up to his vows. And even in this case, what he's doing is he's trying to help her. He's still in the mindset of trying to help his wife, which is crazy. She's trying to kill him, and he's trying to help her.
In hand. Okay, so we can take her.
Tell me again real quick. What's her first name? Lori. And
All right.
Tell me
So
again about the vehicle.
what she did was she had him killed. She had her brother. Her brother kind of acted as in the capacity more or less of a hitman for her and for her new husband, Chad Daybell. And the thing is, he ended up getting killed because they needed to tie loose ends. So he died under very suspicious circumstances. But there's been no charges for him, I don't think, for his murder, because I don't think that they could prove it. But I think he died in the same questionable manner that Tammy Daybell died, if I'm correct. I could be wrong. A lot of details and a lot of people, a lot of names and details in this case. And it's a bit hard to remember everything because I haven't followed this case in at least a couple of years.
It's a black Infinity.
QX80.
Yeah, I mean, dude, and if you know what Chad Daybell looks like in comparison to this guy, dude, like, what is she thinking? Dude, there's nothing about Chad Daybell that's fucking redeemable at all. Like, and then she just became obsessed with him because he wrote these fucking insane books.
80 and try that license plate again.
KDM 62. It's KDM something.
KDM 62, 63, 67.
Handicap plate.
Handicap.
Yes.
I love that you guys are all like mostly from, the Karen Reed community, and you guys are still pretty knowledgeable about this case. That's awesome. And we're still waiting on court to resume.
Is it registered to you?
Yes.
But I have it in the background here. I'm looking to see when it comes back on, but
Spell your last
hasn't
name
started
again.
yet.
Victor, ALLOW.
Vallow? Okay. Okay. That's an SUV that you're describing, right? Okay, I know what it is.
I'm going to go check and see if I can go in there, and I'll be right back. Okay, sir?
Okay. Also find out if they'll give you permission to go into that room.
Yeah, don't go busting in there. I love it. He told him that as he's walking away. Like, and I can't forget to tell him that, hey, don't go busting in there and fucking hurt nobody, bro. Like, make sure to ask permission. Can't just go in there and kick the door open. Remember that. Dude, it's not just LDS, man. Like some of these organized religions, the ones that are like contained and mostly in like certain regions of the country, like, dude, the Amish, there's some crazy shit going on with the Amish community, dude. And I'm not saying Amish people are fucked up. I'm saying that the Amish community has some fucked up aspects to it. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying that, like, I'm not saying that you're fucked up if you're Amish. I'm saying that, like, there's some crazy organized crime aspects of the Amish community that you would never expect. Like, it's wild. It's fucking wild. And the same shit with LDS too. Like, it's fucking crazy.
She was able to leave the school. That's why Team 1 wasn't able to get a hold of her. So we're not sure if she's here or not. He's thinking that he would be able to get in the room. And I said, that's up to you and that's up to the hotel. That's not what we do. So I told him that we're waiting for you with the paperwork. And that's what we've got going on right now. He thinks she's still staying here just for the reason is that he was able to grab that key out of her purse in the car at that school in Central area, wherever that school was. All right. Okay. Yeah, I'll give you just what she's saying and the reason the 909 came out. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. We're gonna, how about we all meet back at the car? We are on the north side of that home 2, which is just west of this building. It's the building west. It's the other hotel. We'll all meet right there. All right, we'll see you in a minute. Bye. Okay, so if his truck is gone, how did he get here?
I have no idea. He didn't tell me that. By the way, I have that tour at 10 o'clock.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll go. He wants a sidebar before we do it. Where did he go?
He went back in to find out whether or not they'll give him permission to enter into that room.
No, I don't want him going into that.
He's not going to the room.
Let's go back over to our cars. They'll be here in just a minute or two. And he wants we need to do a powwow.
Okay.
So
let me just, I'll meet you over there. I'm just going to tell him because he's gone to the lobby. I just want him to know he needs to wait around here so we can find him.
The biggest thing, okay, so she wants to marry Moroni, which is great, fantastic, fine and dandy. That's not as bad as the UFO thing. Yeah, I'm going to go off.
Me too.
Dude, that poor lady needs an appointment at the hairstylist, dude.
Crime and we just arrested them. So, and then we just showed up. We kind of came into this last minute, so we're kind of getting the story second and third hand. We need to be real careful following her around. I'm not doing that. Well, we're at a hotel.
School, and then I saw this in her wallet, so I came to look at the school. I called.
That's all I'm saying is like, like somebody needs to take her to the salon and pamper her, bro. Like get her pampered. You know what I mean? She's a cop, dude. She deserves it. She's out there working the beat. Probably been doing it forever. You know what I mean? Like, just get her in there and get her all shampooed and put her under the fucking thing, whatever the fuck you call that just sits there and fucking, I don't know what it does to your hair. It's not a hair dryer, right? That thing that you just fucking sit with fucking curlers under your head or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Get her like a petty and a mani, and like she deserves to feel pretty, bro. She deserves that. She's out there working the beat.
I'm not going to try. I'm not irrational or stupid or anything. I just want her,
at all.
I want her to give it up.
Yeah.
She's my wife. I love her to death. Something's going on.
Okay.
And if she wants me gone, fine. I'll do all that stuff.
It's a dryer, really?
Okay. I just don't want to hurt anybody.
I had no idea.
The child's in school now. They just do a welfare check in school. See that he or she or.
Oh man, a hair dryer looks like a fucking gun, bro. What are you talking about? I didn't know those things dried your hair. You sit under them. It's a big old dome over your head. It dries your head. I feel like it would set your hair on fire. Like, I feel like there's the risk of that. I don't like that at all. I don't know how you women do the shit you guys do to like keep yourselves pretty. Man, that shit is commendable, man. That shit is commendable. Dude, I haven't even shaved in like fucking like 4 days, bro. Because I just don't give a fuck. Look at that shit, dude. I just don't give a shit. Like, you guys do so much to keep yourselves pretty. It's commendable.
Yeah.
She took your car. What are you driving now?
A friend of mine's in Utah.
Oh,
I don't
okay,
know where my
cool.
truck is. She took it. I suspect she took it because she knows I'll park at the airport. I came back outside this morning.
What
All
led
my
up to
clothes
this?
are gone from the house.
What led up to this? Is there any correspondence that you've had over the last couple days with her?
Her religious stuff is gone way off the deep end.
Okay.
Just way off.
Yeah.
And it's
They don't have those anymore?
Don't agree with her.
That's just a childhood memory. Is seeing women's heads under those things. That's crazy. Okay. I had no idea, man. Oh, okay. Hold on. The camera's back in the courtroom, but court hasn't started yet.
You're the opposite.
I'm gonna keep checking it though.
When did you last speak to her?
Yesterday when she texted me. She said, "Good night. Get out of here."
Okay. When was this paperwork filled out with?
Last night.
Okay. So what about, so these are handwritten, so sometimes they're hard for us to read. What about your correspondence yesterday precipitated filling this out?
When she was on the phone with me and my bishop, I had him on the phone with me.
Okay.
She threatened me physically. She made threats about the kids. She doesn't care about the kids. Come get them out of there. We won't be here that much longer anyway. And I've got my God powers. I can do what I want anytime I want. It's just irrational stuff.
Okay. Is the 6-year-old the only child in common?
Yes. We adopted. We got nephew by birth.
Okay. I think your priority should be there right now.
It is.
And maybe if you don't feel comfortable with her state of mind, maybe figuring out a way to keep him safe, even if that means not being at
I'm going to go
school.
to my attorney's office.
Yeah.
File paperwork for restraining order. If I can do that. I want to have my sister, his grandmother. They say safely. Okay. For a few days. When I do my work, got some stuff to do in Houston. I'll come back to Luke. She can have the house. I don't care.
Well,
She can have whatever she wants. She took $35,000. She got her money back for a while.
yeah, I want to give you a little advice though. So,
That
consult with your
sucks,
attorney,
man.
but
Poor guy.
you don't necessarily want to remove the child from the state for too long. Because here's the deal. Ultimately, there's two sides to the story. And a lot of times,
Be long. It'll be
I know. Hang on.
I
A lot of
Houston? Is this vehicle here? How did he get here?
Now this is after he's been killed.
You're from Texas?
This is the body cam footage of after Charles has been killed.
He came in a rental car. I think his sister's in it. You think his sister's in the rental car? Okay. So you get in an argument? What is it over?
Well, it was over my sister. He was getting physical with her, and so my niece came out with her bat, and then he took the bat away from her.
Wait a minute, I thought you said your niece left.
She did, but this is before.
Okay, so before your sister and your niece left,
Yeah.
at some point your sister and her husband are arguing,
Yes.
verbal argument, and then your niece pulls out a bat.
Well, it wasn't verbal. He was getting close, and she came out to defend my sister with her bat.
Your niece.
Yes.
Okay.
And then she poked at him, and he took it away.
Okay.
And then
And now you can't ask her about it because she's dead now too. So think about that.
I stepped in and told.
And that's really the whole motive. Like that's the whole motive behind the children being murdered, is because they knew too much. They were told to lie about certain things, and then they got paranoid, and then they disappeared the kids. That's what happened. It's so fucked up.
Told them they needed to separate.
Right.
So then my sister leaves with my niece.
And how long ago did they leave? Been like an hour, 10 minutes?
20 minutes, maybe. I don't know.
Okay. So it's not terribly long.
No.
Oh, okay.
And then he's coming back at me, and he's still got the bat in his hand. Like, what are you doing?
And where are you at it? Where are you both
in the
at?
living room.
Okay.
And then I turned around.
this is important because this is a situation that she's on trial for right now, because she supposedly coordinated with the guy sitting here on the curb to kill her husband. So now he's explaining that he's explaining what supposedly happened, but he's lying. But he's dead now too.
And he hit me in the back of the head with a bat. So I went to my room and got my gun.
So you went to your room, meaning the room you're staying in?
Yeah.
Okay, you brought a gun with you?
Yes.
Do you always bring a gun?
I have a concealed carry always.
Okay.
Just to be safe.
Hi, who are you? Okay, just stand over there for just a second, guys.
And then I told him to put the bat down, and he wouldn't, and he came at me again.
And the wife just showed up as well. So you told him to put the...
Yes.
So where are you at? Where are you at now? Did you stay in your bedroom?
No.
Okay, why didn't you stay just in your bedroom, close the door? Is that something you didn't think about, or?
Didn't even occur to me.
Okay, so walk me through it. So you go back in your room.
So I just went back in the living room. I'm like, what is your problem?
With the gun in your hand?
Yes. And I said, I want you to put that bat down. And he wouldn't do it. And he's like, and he came at me with the bat again after he'd already hit me in the head. So I shot him to stop him.
Okay, then what happened?
That was it.
Okay. Is it Alex or Alexander? What do you go by? Do you go by Alex or Alexander?
Alexander.
Okay. Do you live
I
at
go by Alex. Yeah, I live in Queen Creek.
the Santan Valley?
Yeah.
What's the phone number over there?
In this case, they kind of are reasonable doubt. In this case, I mean, they fell for this bullshit because this dude didn't get arrested. She's on trial for this 5 years later. You know what I mean?
Were they already cooked for you?
And 2 kids and a woman and somebody else, I think, had to die before we get here. Well, 2 kids, a woman, and this guy right here had to die before Lori Vallow is on trial for this murder. Fucking crazy.
Are you working now?
I'm on vacation this week.
Well, what do you do for a living?
Oh, I drive a truck.
A truck driver for who?
Heritage Transport.
Heritage Transport?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna get some tape. Gotcha. The wife just showed up.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some tape to take this job.
Just think that for a second. Where's the weapon at?
Well, she did, but I'm saying between her and Chad Daybell,
put it back in the room, or?
Yeah, I went back to the bedroom to get my phone.
5 dead.
Okay.
Between her and Chad Daybell.
Okay. And then what'd you do? Once you put your gun back? Grabbed your phone.
I cleaned my head up.
After was he laying there in the living room?
Yeah, he was laying there still. It just took me a minute to compose myself.
Okay, so he just lied and said that he cleaned his head up. There's no evidence of him cleaning his head up. None.
I mean, I was just shaking, and then I called.
Gotcha. Okay.
So he sat there shaking. He sat there shaking for 48 minutes. Spoke to Lori twice in those 48 minutes. Okay? Spoke to her twice in those 48 minutes. And then called 911. Because he was so shook it up. Right?
I don't have engine 2811. And then Chandler Rescue. I don't have any water, so give me a second. Guys, hang tight just for a second. Don't go in there. Partner, hang tight. Don't go in there just now, guys. It's now a crime scene, so hang tight. Okay, cool. Because there's no, like...
Oh, yeah. That's the dude that, yeah, Curious Liz, thank you so much for that. That's the dude that got shot at, right? They took a shot at him from a Jeep. And it was a Jeep that Alex, this guy sitting here, drove. Right? Didn't she send him to try to kill him? And Jesus Christ, dude. All right, we're back. Hold on. All right, we gotta. All right, let's get over here real quick. Tyler's Jeep. Okay, what's up, buddy? Yeah, she was trying to kill Brandon. I remember that. Like, and this dude was onto it too. Like, he knew what was up. Are you hungry, buddy? Huh? Are you hungry? Just a couple more minutes. It's still a little early, okay? Yeah, I am so like I am dying to know what her strategy is going to be here. Like, that's what I'm all about right now. I am dying to know what her strategy is going to be. I don't know how many men there are on the jury. I don't know how many women there are on the jury. But I'm really curious as to see what she's going to do. Now, I don't know if Annie's going to join me again or not. I probably scared her off with my rant. Tell you people I'm a bad look. Okay. But hopefully she comes back. It would be nice to share this experience with her. No, I'm kidding. She knows. She's known me for years. She knows exactly how I run my channel. I don't know what's going on, man. And I bet you she thinks that she's like performing. You know what I mean? Like, I bet you that Lori Vallow has this whole I bet you she has this whole like feeling right now like she's about to perform. Like she's got the jitters. She's got the jitters. And she's trying to get her motivation because she's about to perform for the jury. This is her moment. That's how she's looking at this. Sick asshole. I know. I went over that earlier when I first went live, Jessissa.
All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell. The attorneys are present. The defendant's present. The jury is not present. We ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's bring in the jury.
Popped, right, Charlie? Oh, you popped. You're gonna be famous. Wait, here it is. Here it is. Stop!
This is Ken.
Doomsday cult mom. I just call her an asshole. It's so nice to go back to a case where I can hate the defendant. It's been a minute. It's been a minute.
All right, the jury is now present. Please be seated. All right, the defendant can proceed with her opening statement.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have been charged with a crime, a serious crime. And the only question here is, did I commit this crime? Conspiracy. Conspiracy is an agreement between two or more people to commit a crime. Okay, so you see, okay. There has to be an agreement. There has to be a plan. The evidence in this case will show that Charles Vallow and I got married in February 2006. It will show that it was my fourth marriage and Charles' third marriage. At that time, we each had 2 children. I had Colby, who was 9, and Tylee, who was 3. Charles had Cole, who was also 9, and Zach, who was 7. The evidence will show that our family moved from Austin, Texas to Chandler, Arizona in 2009. The evidence will show that Charles and I adopted our great nephew, JJ, who was born in 2012. It will also show that Charles and I were married for over 13 years and were raising 5 children. The evidence will show that I was a licensed cosmetologist and worked as a hairstylist for 20 years while we lived in Austin, Texas. The evidence will show that Charles was a licensed life insurance salesman and worked as an independent contractor, selling life insurance policies and annuities, and owned his own business. The evidence will show that Charles and I purchased life insurance policies early in our marriage, and Charles had them issued to the maximum amount possible to each of us. The evidence will show that Charles was 17 years older than me, and that because of Charles' age and an issue that he had with high blood pressure, the maximum amount of life insurance that could be approved for Charles was $1 million. The maximum amount of life insurance that I could be approved for because of my age and my health was $2 million. The evidence will show that throughout our 13-year marriage, that we always had life insurance policies. When a 10-year policy lapsed, Charles would shop for another company who would approve us for the maximum amount of life insurance. The evidence will show that this was Charles' job. This is what he did. I helped him in this business, and this is what he did. The evidence will show that in 2016, Charles repurchased a new $2 million life insurance policy on me, and he was the sole beneficiary. The evidence will show that Charles and I had a happy marriage for 13 years, that he was, in fact, a baseball player, and that he played high school, college ball, and AAA ball, and that he was, in fact, a left-handed pitcher, a southpaw, they call him, but he was a right-handed batter, as could be attested to by anybody who knew Charles well and his high school baseball coach, Greg Davis.
That's a big deal.
The evidence will show that Tylee was, and in 2014, our family moved from Chandler, Arizona to Kauai, Hawaii. We lived there for 3.5 years and returned to Chandler in 2017. The evidence will show that Tylee was 3 years old when Charles and I got married, and that when she became a teenager, the relationship between Tylee and her stepfather, Charles, became so difficult that Tylee and Charles had to seek a therapist, a family therapist, to stop them from fighting. The evidence will show that together, Charles and Tylee met with this therapist after we moved back to the mainland in 2017. The evidence will show that in April of 2018, Tylee's biological father passed away from a heart attack. And at that time, Charles called Social Security and made an appointment at the Social Security office.
Object to hearsay.
Sustained.
Wow. Objecting and opening statements.
It will show that
wow.
we did get Social Security for Tylee for her deceased father until she was 18 years old, and she was 15 years old at the time. The evidence will show that Charles and Tylee's fighting increased greatly in January of 2019 when Charles and I temporarily separated.
What is she trying to do? Pin this on
The evidence
Tylee?
will show that several people witnessed these terrible arguments between Tylee and Charles that increased to physical in 2019. Charles and Tylee had major increasing arguments, 2 in February of 2019, 1 of March in 2019, which was captured on video, 1 in May of 2019, 1 in June of 2019, and then the worst of all in July 2019.
Ooh, you suck.
The evidence will show that in March of 2019, Charles pulled JJ out of his special school and moved him to Houston, Texas, while we were temporarily separated. Tylee and I then joined Charles and JJ in Texas in April 2019 to reconcile. The evidence will show that JJ was diagnosed with severe autism when he was 3 years old while we lived in Hawaii. The evidence will show that for 2 years, JJ was attending a school in Gilbert, Arizona, a special school for children with autism. It's called Lawrence Life Academy. The evidence will show that in June of 2019, in JJ's best interest, Tylee, JJ, and I moved back to Chandler, Arizona to re-enroll JJ back in Lawrence Life Academy since he had a difficult time with the Houston, Texas schools with no services for his autism. The evidence will show that Charles and I agreed it was in JJ's best interest to be in school where more services were available to him, so Charles and I rented a house here in Chandler. On the day in question, July 11th, 2019, Charles and I were renting two houses, one in Houston, Texas, where he mainly resided, and one in Chandler, Arizona, where I resided with our two minor children.
Nobody gives a
Tylee
fuck,
and JJ.
lady.
By this time, our three older boys, Colby, Cole, and Zach, were adults and not living at home any longer. The evidence will show that during the months of June and July, that my husband, Charles Vallow, began to send me threatening text messages. These messages were seen by my sister Summer, and that worried her. The evidence will show that Charles insisted on flying into Phoenix on July 10th, as we've heard from the state.
Insisted.
The evidence will show that I advised Charles that he could not stay with us at the Chandler house because he could not get along with Tylee, and I did not want them to get into another fight like they had 3 weeks prior. The evidence will show that it was ultimately decided between Charles and I on text messages that he would stay in a hotel because he traveled for business all the time and stayed in hotels all the time, and that I would book it for him since I worked for him and booked all of his travel. The evidence will show that Charles did in fact fly into Phoenix on Wednesday, July 10th, and stayed in the hotel that I booked for him. The evidence will show that Charles paid to fly my brother Adam Cox into Phoenix from Kansas on the same day, Wednesday, July 10th. Shut the fuck up, you cunt! The evidence will show that Charles planned to come to our Chandler home and pick up JJ and drive him to school on Thursday morning, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will also show you that Lauren's Life Academy opens its gates at 8:25 a.m. in the morning. And the evidence will show that Charles showed up at our Chandler residence around 7:30 in the rental car I booked for him on the morning of Thursday, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles began texting with my brother, Adam Cox, before he entered our residence, and that Charles and Adam were discussing in their text communications that my other brother, Alex Cox, was at the residence. The evidence will show that on the morning of July 11th, that Tylee was asleep in her room.
Didn't you take his
and my brother,
phone?
Alex, was asleep in the guest room. The evidence will show that when Charles entered the house, only JJ and I were awake and present. The evidence will show that after we put JJ in the rental car, that Charles came back into the residence to receive his phone, leaving JJ in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running. He was 7 years old. The evidence will show that Charles began to scream at me when I refused to hand him his phone. The evidence will show that Charles' screaming woke up Tylee and Alex.
The evidence is now showing that you were the one doing the
The
texting.
evidence will show that Tylee came out of her room with a bat to protect me, her mother, from her stepfather.
What
Charles
evidence
Vallow.
will show that?
The evidence will show that Tylee and Charles fought over the bat,
Oh, she's
and
crying
that
now.
after a struggle over the bat, Tylee fell onto the ground.
Oh, here come the
And
tears.
Charles lifted up the bat to hit Tylee with the bat. The evidence will show that Alex then intervened to protect Tylee from being hit with the bat. He did not have a gun. He was not wearing a shirt. He was pulling up his jeans.
Oh, God.
He came into the room when he heard the scream. The evidence will show that Alex and Charles got into a physical struggle for the bat and fell onto the ground. The evidence will show that Tylee, who was on the ground, was lifted up by me and sent outside to get away from the struggle and to protect JJ, who was still in the running car, in the rental car in the driveway.
Wait, what? You're at Burger King.
The evidence will show that after this struggle on the ground between Charles and Alex, that Charles prevailed with the bat and began to come towards me with the bat as I ran away from him into the kitchen.
That's a goddamn
The
lie.
evidence will show that at some point while I was running away from Charles, who was chasing me with the bat, that Alex apparently retrieved his gun.
You were at Burger King. Stop it.
The evidence will show that I ran outside to the children and that Alex shot Charles in self-defense. The evidence will show that Tylee and I had both run outside without shoes. The evidence will show that JJ was still in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running and struggling to get out of the car. Tylee was trying to keep him in. The evidence will show that Tylee and I got into the rental car with JJ and drove away. The evidence will show you that I drove the children away from the residence towards JJ's school. Can I grab a tissue?
Yes.
I need a tissue. I need a tissue.
We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents.
The evidence will show that I drove the children through the Burger King drive-thru that Charles had promised JJ.
Wow.
The evidence will show that we continued to drive towards JJ's school and that the gate was not yet open at JJ's school. So we drove a block west of the school to a Walgreens where I ran in to purchase flip-flops for Tylee and myself so that we could walk JJ into school on the hot pavement.
I don't know, Gerda K. That's a good question. I don't know.
The evidence will show that Tylee and I returned directly to our residence where we met with police in our driveway. The evidence will show that we were spoken to by the Chandler police officers. And the evidence will show that Tylee and I were told by the Chandler police detectives that Charles had passed away.
And you're shedding more tears now than you did
The evidence
then.
will show that we were put into a police van and driven to the Chandler Police Department. The evidence will show that Alex was taken by police in a police car to the Chandler Police Department, and that we were all three separated into interrogation rooms and we were each interviewed. The evidence will show that next, Tylee and I were brought back together into a room at the Chandler Police Department and were introduced to a victim's advocate who was very kind to us. The evidence will show that after speaking to the victim's advocate, that Tylee, Alex, and myself were put back into the police van and driven back to our residence.
Okay.
We were directed by the Chandler detectives to take the rental car and return later to the residence after we picked up JJ from school. The evidence will show that we did as instructed by the Chandler detectives. The evidence will show that we drove to Alex's residence where we attended to the wound on the back of his head. The evidence will show that Alex was then contacted by the Chandler detectives to return to the residence so that Alex could walk them through the events that occurred.
What the
with
fuck are you
detectives
talking
at the
about?
residence. The evidence will show that Alex, Tylee, and I did return to the residence as instructed. And the evidence will show that Alex entered into the residence with Detective Moffett, but that Tylee and I were met by Detective Inkland in the front yard. The evidence will show that at the time, Detective Inkland asked Tylee and myself if we had Charles' cell phone. Tylee retrieved Charles' cell phone from the rental car and gave it to Detective Inkland at 3:11 p.m. on July 11th, 2019. And at that time, Charles' phone was placed in the custody of Chandler police detectives. The evidence will show that Detective Inkland asked us if we knew the passcode on Charles' phone, which Tylee proceeded to give to Detective Inkland. The evidence will show that Tylee and I left the residence to pick up JJ from school, while Alex remained at the residence with the detectives. The evidence will show that by the time Tylee, JJ, and I returned to the residence, that all police, EMS, CSI, and detectives were gone from the residence and only Alex remained.
No offense, but you are a stupid asshole.
The evidence will show that the next day, I contacted Chandler police to inform them that Charles' belongings were still at the hotel. I asked the detective if I should go get them, and I was told that they would take care of it. The evidence will show that I asked the detectives, what should we do next? And they directed us that they would contact us in about 3 weeks after their supervisor passed off their reports and Alex could go to the police station and retrieve his gun. The evidence will show that the last thing I heard from Chandler Police Department until June of 2021, 2 years later, when I received a grand jury indictment from them for this alleged crime. The evidence will show that Chandler Police treated this incident as self-defense.
I'm going to object to that.
Objection sustained. The jury should disregard that last statement.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
The evidence will show you that my brother, Alex Cox, passed away on December 12th, 2019.
Passed
Almost
away.
exactly 5 months to the day after Charles, my husband, passed away.
Passed away.
The evidence will show that Alex passed away from a blood clot in his lung.
Objection again.
I'll sustain the objection. It's not relevant for this matter.
It's not at all. Not even a little
The evidence
bit.
will show you that I am the only person being charged with this crime.
It's because Alex is dead.
Sustained.
As the state has mentioned, they're alleging that insurance money was my motive. Social Security was my motive. Spouses having insurance policies is not a crime. Collecting Social Security is not a crime. Self-defense is not a crime.
Motive? It's
A family
motive.
tragedy is not a crime. It's a tragedy. Thank you.
Wow.
All right, the state can call its first witness.
Thank you. If I may go get him.
All right. She's innocent. We can all go home now. I feel better. I don't know about you guys. April Fool's was a week ago.
All right, sir, you're going to come up right here. My clerk will swear you in right here.
Yeah, this prosecutor's totally my girlfriend. Just saying. All those traits I was telling you all about earlier, she's got them.
All right, you're going to have a seat up here.
Ladies, I don't think the judge is your type. Or I should say, none of you are his type.
Sir, would you please tell your name?
My name's Sergeant Erwin Worsbicky. I work for the Chandler Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
June will be 10 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
10 years in Illinois.
Back on July 11th of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was working as a patrol officer, I believe in beat 18.
And what were your hours?
0600 to 1600.
Is that 6 a.m.?
6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Yes.
Thank you. Were you dispatched to a residence at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you dispatched for?
It was a shooting.
Were you the first on the scene when you arrived?
I
What
was,
did you
ma'am.
see? Okay. What were you wearing at the time?
I was in.
I
full
love
patrol
my
uniform.
chat so much.
Does the Chandler Police Department back then, did they have body worn
Oh,
camera?
good question,
They did.
Annie. Good
And
question.
can you describe where that was and how that works?
I believe back then I wore it on my left shoulder.
Okay. And how does it get activated?
You have to press a button and it'll turn it on.
Does it normally record audio?
Yes.
And did you have that on and did you activate it when you arrived to this scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other officers on scene at some point when you got there?
After I arrived, yes.
I understand you said you need 60, so I pulled the printer to see if I could get.
What other officers arrived on scene?
Right
Have you
after
not
I
heard?
arrived, Officer Krautheim arrived.
Can you
Have you not heard the judge's lisp yet? I'm just saying.
did you guys, you and Officer Krauthem, handle the situation?
When I was getting out of the car, I believe the gentleman that called in was still on the phone, and we advised dispatch to tell him to come out with nothing in his hands except his phone. As he opened up or came out the front door, I started giving him commands. That was what I wanted him to do.
So you're talking with dispatch. Is that the same as 911?
Yeah, it's the same dispatch center.
So is the person who's talking to the 911 person then just relaying information to you?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you're able to tell
Annie,
that.
I'm gonna go ahead and take a guess that here's a quick prediction, Annie, of Chad Daybell's testimony if he gets called up.
I have a secret document that I think you need to say.
Okay. You said he still had his phone?
Yes.
Do you recall if his other hand was up?
I do not recall.
Okay. Do you recall where he came out of from the house?
He came out the front door.
Okay. When he exited the house, what did you guys have him do?
I gave him commands to come towards us and then have a seat on the curb.
Okay. So there's just two of you officers still at this point?
Yes.
What did you do at this point?
I decided to go check for anybody that was injured inside and clear the house, make sure there was nobody else in there.
Okay.
Oh, look
what
at
did
that.
Officer Krautheim do?
Amazing.
I believe
a
he started
wellness check
speaking to
when there's
the
a dead
gentleman that
person.
We had come out the house.
So he stayed outside
Yes.
and you went into the house?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talk about clearing the house, can you tell us what that means? What do you do?
We just wanted to make sure that if anyone needed aid rendered to them, we could render aid to them, or if there are any more suspects in the residence, that we could try to apprehend them.
Does that mean that you walked through the entire house?
I believe so,
Amazing.
yes.
Okay. And all that's when your body cam is on?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first entered that house, can you describe for us what you saw when you walked in that front door?
Yeah, initially when I walked in, it opened up into like a day room or something like that, and just off to the right, I saw somebody laying on the ground, motionless.
Did you notice anything about that room?
It was empty.
So no furniture?
No furniture, yeah, it was just an empty room.
The person that you saw to the right, male or female?
Male.
And can you describe how you saw him laying on the ground?
Yeah, he was laying on his back, I believe with both of his hands to his side, motionless. And then I went over to him to check his pulse.
Is that standard for police to check the welfare of any potential victims?
Yes.
When you checked the pulse, did you find one?
No.
Did you notice anything
Amazing.
else about this victim?
It's standard
Yeah, I
to check
noticed that there were
to
two
see if there's any
apparent
more
gunshot wounds to his
victims.
chest area, and there was blood pooling in like his kind of like neck collar area.
Did he appear to still be alive to you?
No.
As part of your job, both with your prior experience in Illinois and your experience here in Arizona, have you seen deceased people before?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you think this person was dead?
Yes, ma'am.
If you didn't think he was dead, are police trained to do CPR?
Yes, ma'am. We're all certified to
Would you have done that if you believed that would have helped him?
Absolutely.
Oh, you
So
mean like
even
Ryan
though a
Albert?
person appears deceased to you, is fire still called out to check on them?
Yes.
Why is that?
They go through their own process and procedures, and I believe they usually give the official time of death.
Okay. Did you notice anything else in that room where that male was lying?
I can't think of anything right now, no.
Do you recall seeing any projectiles on the ground near the victim?
Objection, leading.
It's a yes or no question.
I believe I did, yes.
Ooh, look at Lori getting some legal chops.
When you walked in the house after you saw this male on the ground, did you continue through the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that to clear it?
Yes.
And will paramedics or fire come in if you haven't cleared the house yet?
Usually no.
So they want to make sure it's okay as well?
Yes.
After you cleared the house, did you, or as you were clearing the house, did you ever locate any weapons?
Yes, I believe we located a firearm in one of the back bedrooms.
Okay. Did you touch that in any way?
I don't recall.
Okay. After you cleared the house, did fire enter?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did fire do?
They began to try to render aid to the victim.
By the time fire came in, were other officers now on scene?
Yes.
Were you still wearing and recording with your body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the body cam, you told us that it's on your shoulder. Does it always show where you're looking?
No.
So your eyes or your head can be turned to a different direction than what the camera is actually
Yeah,
showing?
if I was turning talking to the judge, my camera would be facing the crowd.
I want to show you a video. And if I can have my paralegal bring that up and have him identify it. And sir, if you could just look at that and let me know if you recognize that as your body cam minus the audio of it.
Yeah, that's my body cam.
Do you recognize that as you in it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have previously watched that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit exhibit number 2, I believe. Exhibit number 2 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Two is admitted.
And Your Honor, if we may publish it.
You may.
Hi. Trina K is very cute, Taz.
So this is the house you're walking up to, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As you're talking to dispatch?
Yes.
I mean, that prosecutor's not going
And
to
this
feel
is the
dumb.
individual that
Like,
is coming out that you asked dispatch to have.
she's
come
got
out.
a strong case.
And is that Officer Krautheim in the back?
It is.
Are you announcing
Yes, ma'am.
that standard?
Yes.
That where you checked to see if this male had a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
Dude, the cross-examination of this should be fucking brilliant.
That the weapon that you told us that you found?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you letting people know on your radio that you found a weapon?
I believe so, yes.
You told us that other officers were arriving?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we see here happening?
Yes.
And is fire also starting to come in?
I believe they were right behind him, yes.
That you continued to clear the rest of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
So what do we see there?
It appears that the fire is rendering aid to the victim, or attempting to.
Were you walking around trying to find identification for the individual on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to ever find an identification for him?
I was not.
So no wallet laying around?
No.
No ID in his pocket?
I didn't check his pockets, but no, I don't think fire found one.
So you're kind of talking with them to let them know who this is as well?
Yes.
Because they're documenting it.
Yes.
And is that the individual who came out with the phone from the house?
Yes, ma'am.
One that dispatch and 911 told to come out?
Yes.
When you were interacting with him there, what was his demeanor like?
He was extremely calm.
Extremely calm.
You told us that you were looking for the wallet for this individual. Did it seem unusual to you that you couldn't find one?
I wouldn't say it was unusual. I didn't know if he lived there or not, so I just kind of looked around to see if there was anything laying around.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind also, he's not a detective. He's a first responder. So it's not really his job to investigate, but of course to take note of things that he sees, even if it's just mental note. But since he's just a first responder, it's usually a mental note, and then he's going to write a report when it's all over. But it's not his job to investigate. He's not a detective, or at least at the time. I'm not sure if he is now or not, but
Is this you still trying to see if there's anything in the residence that might be related to that individual?
I think I was just giving Officer Cohen a recap of what I already went and looked through.
good boy, buddy. Yeah, I didn't get the impression that Charles has a violent bone in his body. Not from any of the body cam footage that I saw of him talking to the cops. I mean, I could be wrong, but I didn't get that impression at all.
I've shown defense counsel or defendant exhibits 3 and 4. I have a paralegal and goes up to the officer to review as well. Do you recognize those as sort of screenshots of 2 different views during your body cam footage?
Yes.
State will move to admit exhibits 3 and 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
3 and 4 admitted.
And if I may publish them. So in this photo, when you were looking at it, were you able to see here's where you are checking to see the pulse?
Let's hope that happens.
Yes, ma'am.
Because he's not resting peacefully now.
What you had talked about of the blood pooling that had run towards his neck area.
Yes.
This man deserves justice.
Exhibit 4. Is this sort of when we first see you walk back in and we see fire working on the individual?
Yes.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
You told us that
I bet her lawyers wanted her to take a
when
plea, and that's why.
that individual who was on the call with 911 came out, that you observed the phone with him. He was kind of holding it.
Yeah.
Did you ever see any other phone in the house as you were looking around? Anything obvious laying around?
I don't recall, no. I don't believe I did.
No phone on the ground near the deceased male?
That's true.
Not that I recall, no.
After you had cleared the house, allowed fire to enter, and other officers were arriving, were you tasked with going out to put up some crime scene tape?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
It's just tape that keeps the general public out, keeps the media out, so we have a secure scene, and it doesn't get tainted by anybody or anything.
So that included both the house and some of the street.
Yes, ma'am.
Did that sort of end your involvement?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Oh, this should be fucking great.
Popped, right, Charlie? Oh, you popped. You're gonna be famous. Wait, here it is. Here it is. Stop. This is Ken.
It's Sergeant. Where's Vicky? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I like to get that right. Okay. You said that the individual exiting the house was nonchalant. Is that correct?
I don't know if I used those words, but he seemed very calm, yes.
Very calm.
Yes.
Is that the same thing to you as nonchalant?
Oh, come on.
I wouldn't use that word, so I would say he looked very calm and unbothered.
But you said nonchalant a minute ago.
I don't recall saying that.
How much time are you going to spend on this?
Does everyone act the same in a stressful situation that you've experienced? No? Are you qualified to give someone a psychological evaluation?
No.
No. You put your hand on my husband's neck for checking for a pulse, is that correct?
My
That's what
husband.
you did when you first came in?
Yes.
Did you perform CPR?
She's slick, man.
No. Why not?
Because it was apparent to me that he was deceased.
And that's not your protocol
To what?
to perform CPR until fire comes in?
Not if it's going to make it even worse because they had apparent gunshot wounds to the chest.
What do you mean by that?
If I start pumping on his chest, it's going to start spewing blood out of his chest even at a more rapid pace.
Right.
So when the 911 operator was telling my brother to do that, that same thing would happen?
All depends on when the call came into dispatch.
But I'm saying if you're doing CPR on someone
Bluesy.
with a
I
gunshot
love
wound
that
in the
word.
chest, on the chest.
Could
I like that word almost as much as I like the word cunt. Bluesy.
And you said something else. You said fire gives official time of death. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And what was that time of death? Do you know?
I do not recall.
And you cleared the house before fire came in. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were looking for some kind of identification?
When
Yes.
I cleared the house,
Yes.
I was looking for other potential victims and or suspects.
Okay. But you were told on the phone that no one else was in the house but Alex. Is that correct?
I don't recall if I was told that or not.
Okay. Do you have any crime scene investigation experience?
Just my 20 years of experience as a police officer.
Wow.
And you said something about, and this is just for me to understand, you said something about the casings being to the left of him or to the right of him?
I didn't say they were to the left or to the right.
Oh, Did you
Nice.
say west or east?
No.
Oh, sorry, that was my interpretation.
Look at this judge,
Um,
bro. Like, this judge is like,
Can you tell me
fuck.
what the weapon was that you found?
It was a handgun.
Was it a 45?
Don't recall.
Okay. Could you tell what direction the bullet came from?
Based off the way the body was laying, I could assume it came from where his feet were at.
Near the feet? Did you see the projectile that was in the baseboard?
I don't recall if I saw that or not.
You said he did not appear alive, that you already thought that he was deceased. Is that correct, when you entered into the house?
Yes.
And what time was that?
I believe I was dispatched to the call at 8:41. So I mean, if I was going to make a guess on what time I walked into the house, I would say I was probably at the residence within 10 minutes.
So around 8:51 perhaps?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And then when fire took over, is that the normal protocol for fire to take over and do the CPR?
Yes.
And so you didn't do CPR, but they did do the CPR. Is that correct?
Yes.
On top of the gunshot wound.
Yes.
Is that normal protocol?
I don't know what their protocol is.
Okay. I'm just asking because I wouldn't think to do that either.
I hate this bitch so much. She's
And then you
terrible.
said that you went outside to put up the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were, after you
Oh,
cleared
crime
the
scene
house,
tape. Amazing.
you left and went to the front yard?
Yes.
And then you were there for how long at the residence before you left?
I couldn't give you a time.
Did you stay for a while or was that the end of your job there?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago. I have no idea how long I was actually on scene for.
And who is your direct supervisor?
I believe that day it was Sergeant Nocella.
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Nocella.
Okay.
Boy.
And what contact did you have with Detective Moffat that day?
Miss Moffat.
I don't know if I had any with him on scene.
Okay, what about Detective England, perhaps?
I may have briefly spoke to her while I was on scene.
Okay, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times?
I couldn't tell you a number.
Okay. And then when you have to report to your superior before you left the scene?
He was on scene, I would imagine.
Nocella? Is
Yes.
that what you said? Okay. And then you don't know what time you left, but you arrived at approximately 8:51?
The judge is watching Project Runway.
And then did you see me arrive at the scene?
I think as I was leaving, yes.
So approximately around the time that I arrived, you were leaving?
I don't know if I left when you arrived, but I was on my way out of the crime scene as far as I know.
Okay. And then you,
Like he's totally
said something about 2
He's totally
wounds.
watching the
Is
Bravo
that
channel
correct?
right now.
Yes.
Stop it.
And how did you see the 2 wounds through the shirt?
Just was an observation that I made when I saw him laying on the ground.
So did you see 2 holes in the shirt?
I'm not sure exactly what I saw when I was there, but I could see that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest.
And then I'm sure, well, I won't speak for you. So when they began CPR, they did open his shirt. Is that correct?
I have no idea.
Because when you walked by, his shirt was open.
Objection to question.
Yeah, please ask questions only.
Did you discuss this case with Sergeant Nocella?
I don't believe so. I would imagine he was on scene and he got briefed by the detectives.
He got briefed by the detectives? Is that what you
In
said?
fact, I would imagine, yes.
Okay. And then have you spoken to the case agent on this case? How many times would you say?
Who's the case agent?
Oh, Detective Duncan. That's my
Detective
understanding.
Duncan? I mean, I've spoken to him many times in my career.
Regarding this case, how many times do you think you've spoken to Detective Duncan?
I couldn't even put a number on it. I would say very few.
Very few? Like, how many would you guess?
I would say maybe 5 times.
5 times. Thank you. And would that be in-person kind of discussions or?
Yeah, I wouldn't even say they were discussions, probably just in passing.
Okay. So how many times have you emailed with Detective Duncan concerning this case?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled, you can answer if you know.
I have no idea.
What about text messages?
No idea.
Phone calls?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
And your report that you wrote about this, about how long after the incident did you make your report?
It was done by the end of my work shift at 4 o'clock.
Y'all killing me.
And then did you ever make any revisions to that report?
I don't believe so.
So you left the scene approximately sometime in the morning, and by 4 o'clock that day you had written your report. Is that
Yes.
correct? And you've never changed anything on your report?
Not that I recall, ma'am.
And the report is exactly as you left it when did you review it for this testimony today?
Yes.
And it was exactly the same as when you wrote it at 4 PM on July 11th?
I don't know if I wrote it at 4 PM. It was
Or
done
by 4 PM?
but It appears to be, yes.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I have.
All right, redirect.
Sergeant, you were asked about the shooter's demeanor. Were you just telling us what you observed?
Yes,
What did you observe?
I just observed him very calm and collected after just shooting somebody.
And that's both seeing him come out as well as having some interaction with him on the curb?
Yes, ma'am.
When a person is been shot and you check for a pulse and you believe they are deceased, as a police officer, are you supposed to touch the body?
No.
Is the body basically a crime scene?
Yes.
Based upon your training and experience, did you believe that the victim was deceased?
Yes, ma'am.
Do fire have EKG heart monitors and things that they use to determine if maybe you missed a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talked about giving CPR, if an individual is now a crime scene, would giving CPR to that deceased person change the crime scene?
Yes.
And so as someone who believed the person was deceased, you did not want to modify or change the crime scene?
Correct.
You were asked about the gun. Is the gun part of the crime scene?
Yes.
Were you responsible for processing the crime scene?
No.
Why didn't you go in there and pick it up and start handling it?
No, do it,
Because I
Tiger.
didn't want to alter where it was laying when he got done using it.
You were asked a lot about when 911 was called, when you were dispatched. This was a few years ago,
Several, yes.
2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there something called a CAD report that documents when 911 was called, when you were dispatched, when you arrived, and even when you left?
Yes, ma'am.
Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when those events occurred?
Yes.
If I may have my paralegal provide me with a copy of the CAD report.
Well, it's not about that. It's not about that. Charles Vallow still hasn't gotten justice, and he deserves justice, and he deserves the opportunity to rest in peace.
Looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when the 911
Family
call
deserves
was
peace.
received?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It was received at 8:36.
Does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you were dispatched?
It appears it was dispatched at 8:37.
So your memory of saying 8:50 or so was perhaps incorrect.
Yes.
Was looking at the CAD report indicate when you arrived?
8:43.
So again, that was a little earlier than your memory was.
Yes, ma'am.
And does looking at the CAD report help determine or refresh your recollection as to when you left the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It's 5:31 p.m.
If I had to guess, to answer your question,
As a police officer who is one of
I'd
the
say
first on scene,
the reason why
you
she's defending
provide,
herself is because
briefing
her
or
lawyers
information to
advised her
your
to take a
sergeant or
plea,
the detectives
and
on
she doesn't want
scene
to.
as to what you saw, observed, and did?
If they ask me directly, yes, somebody will brief them that's on scene.
But you have to provide somebody that information to then provide to the detectives?
Yes.
Why is it done that way?
Because usually a supervisor is going to want to know what's going on and what we did, just so the detectives know exactly what they're walking into.
So for instance, if you had had to move the gun, they would want to know that, right?
Yes.
Or if you had moved the body, they would want to know that too, right?
Yes.
And if you had found any evidence, would they want to know that as well?
Absolutely.
And so is that what you would have to do that day when you are speaking to sergeant or detectives?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Does any member of the jury have a question for this witness? If so, please write it on the provided form. I'm
Yeah,
not
see,
seeing any questions come down. You
that
can
was
step down, sir.
right there. That's something that.
All right, the state can call its next witness.
Thank you.
Who's this next witness?
If I may go get it.
Yeah, so like right there, this judge is offering the jury a chance to ask questions, which I've seen in almost every other case that I've ever watched, except for the Karen Reed trial. So I remember watching the first trial and thinking, like, the jury doesn't get a chance to ask any questions? No, that's not true. That's not true. She has the right to defend herself if she wants to. She can defend herself. Even if she has lawyers, she can defend herself. She can, like, Karen Reed at any point right now, if she wanted to, could just be like, I'm taking the lead here. She can keep all her lawyers, but she could be like, I'm taking the lead here. I'm first chair. If she wanted to.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Robert Krautheim.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at the Sandra Day O'Connor Federal Courthouse
Back in 2019, where were you working?
as a Chandler police officer in Chandler, Arizona.
How long did you work for the Chandler Police Department?
25 years.
When did you
Wow.
retire?
About 3 years ago, February.
You saw how he smiled when he
you
got to say
were
that?
working there
Dude's so happy to
in
be retired.
July of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was a patrol officer. I was responding to calls for service.
Okay. And do you recall what your shift was at that time?
It was a day shift. I think I start my shift at 6 and end at 4.
Were you working patrol for Chandler Police Department on July 11th of 2019 at about 8:36 a.m.?
I was.
Were you dispatched to 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes.
What were you dispatched for?
A shooting that had just occurred.
Based upon the information that was, well, let me ask you this. When you are arriving to a scene, do you get information relayed to you about this call?
I do.
Why is that?
The call taker is asking the person on the phone what's going on, where it is, who's there, just basic information. And then dispatch relays that information to me as I'm driving to the call for service.
Is that so you have a better idea about what you're walking into?
Yes, it's on a computer, but verbally, the stuff that's really pertinent before I arrive is just verbally done over the air.
So when you were arriving on the scene, did you think this shooting had just occurred?
I did.
When you got to this 5531 South Four Peaks, were there any other officers on scene yet?
Yeah, Officer Wiz was there.
Is that Officer Wiersbe?
Yes, I'm sorry, I apologize.
What were you wearing?
Patrol outfit, basically a patrol uniform, police uniform, body worn camera.
And back then, where was your body worn camera?
At the time, it was a lipstick camera, so part of it was here, but the camera's actually on my right shoulder.
Okay. And was that on and recording as you sort of arrived on scene and while you were present there?
Yeah, I started recording while I was driving there.
Okay. When you arrived, did you know whether or not the 911 caller was still on the phone?
Yeah, she was still on the phone.
And when you were talking with dispatch, did you arrange to have this person come out, or did Officer Wiersbe do that?
Yes, dispatch advised him to come out of the home without anything and hands up in the air. That's kind of standard.
And did he comply with that?
He did.
What exit did he come out of?
At the front door.
Okay. Can you describe sort of his appearance and demeanor as you observed him coming out of the house?
His clothes were clean. He was calm, not emotional at all. Different than what I would have anticipated.
When he first exited, did you notice any injuries to him?
He was holding, it was a white rag at the time. It was just kind of red and white. He was holding on the back of his head.
When he first exited or later?
As he's coming out of the house.
Did you notice any difficulty walking or talking when you first had contact with him?
No,
Any difficulty sitting or standing?
no,
Did you learn the name of this person?
I did.
What was his name?
Alex Cox.
Did you observe him sweating at all when he first came out?
No,
Any type of jitters?
no,
Any uneven or broken voice as he's talking to you?
no,
At some point, did you notice an injury to him?
I did.
And where was it?
On the back of his head, towards his right side.
And what did you see?
I articulated my written report as about an inch laceration, a small like knot, and it was bleeding a little bit.
Oh, that's my jam.
If we can fix that.
Like, that was clearly somebody fucking around. Like, what the fuck was
Alex
that?
Cox patting or rubbing the back of his head with some sort of rag or paper towel?
Yes,
Without going into what was said, did you talk with him?
I did.
Did you offer him medical treatment?
I did.
Did he ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
Was
I don't
there
want you to
anything
see this
about
as self-inflicted.
his talking with you or actions that made you concerned that you thought you should override that?
Yes.
Let me make sure you understood. Was there anything about what you observed with Alex Cox talking or his ability to move that made you think you should override his decision to not get treatment and you thought, oh, he better get treatment, he's so bad off?
Oh, zero, none.
What's up, Mazza?
At some point while you were talking with Alex Cox, did you see a female and a teenager show up at the scene?
I did.
And did you eventually go speak with those two?
I did.
Where did you speak with them?
Just on the other side of the street. They had parked right across from the house.
Did you speak with the adult female?
I did.
Did you ask for a driver's license to identify her?
I did.
And who was that person?
Lori Vallow.
Do you see Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she is wearing for the record?
She's at the defense table wearing a
That bitch right
white
there.
shirt underneath looks like a black jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Shall.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you know that the deceased person in the house was her husband?
I did.
Okay. When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you ask her whether or not the individual inside her husband lived there?
I did not ask her that.
Aerodynamics, bro. Okay.
Can you describe for us Lori Vallow's demeanor as you were interacting with her?
Calm, nonchalant, just kind of a matter of fact, just talking to me as I'm talking to you now.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, can you tell us approximately how many police cars were parked around there?
Well, I don't know either myself. I know there was at least mine and Officer Wiz's. There's a fire truck there. I think there was an ambulance there, and I think there may have been another police car. I can't remember, but there was a lot of emergency vehicles just near the home itself.
And was her brother Alex Cox sitting sort of in view of her?
Literally across the street, like the desk of the prosecutor would be her car. This is the street, and I had Alex seated right on the sidewalk.
When she first arrived, did she actually walk up to where you were with Alex Cox?
This guy is.
Yes, she did.
And you asked her to go
dressed
back to
like the dude at the funeral, the one guy who's not wearing black at the funeral home, and he's eating everything. Like, have you tried this yet? Oh my God. Yeah, I know. Such a nice guy. It's good.
information. Did you really talk to her about anything else?
No.
And were you wearing that body-worn camera when you had contact with her?
I did.
After you talked with Lori Vallow, did you go back and stand near Alex Cox again?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal go up and show him exhibit number 1.
He double dips the chip. He's totally the double dipper. What are you doing?
Do you recognize exhibit number 1?
I do.
Is that a copy of your body cam footage from July 11th, 2019?
It is.
Is it missing the audio other
What's up,
than
buddy?
during your interaction with Lori Vallow?
Correct, yes.
And did you initially identify that previously as your body cam?
I did.
State will move to admit exhibit number 1.
Any objection to exhibit number 1? Any
No
objection to
No objection.
exhibit 1's admitted?
And if we could publish it.
Go ahead.
Wake up, Lori. Wake up. No objections? Now, interesting that the judge asked the defense if they had any objections, not the prosecution. Fascinating.
So is this you responding to the scene?
Correct.
And was your camera flipped upside down initially?
Well, the camera wasn't. The orientation of the software was.
So that's why we see the axon and stuff in the bottom corner upside down.
That is correct.
So this was a gated community?
It was.
Who's Gay Ted?
As you're driving, did you go by the fire truck here?
I did.
And is it standard for fire to stage a little ways away from the scene when it's a shooting?
Yes.
Why is that?
So they could respond quickly.
Do they want you to clear the residence first before they show up?
Yeah, it needs to be safe for the firemen. We had to make sure there's no one else in the house that was armed or in the area.
And
Oh
as
my
you're
goodness,
arriving, is the
amazing.
person, the shooter, still inside the house?
I can't recollect. I think he was at the door right now or just coming out to the door.
And imagine that, Steve.
Why did you pull your
Cops
weapon?
actually did a wellness check, a walkthrough.
I was just told somebody
How about
killed
that?
somebody. So yeah, for my safety, I wanted to make sure I rendered him safe before I put my gun away. Was a threat to me.
So when he came out, he had both his hands up in the air.
Mhm.
So at that point, nothing touching his head yet, no.
Correct.
Now, did you stay out with him while Officer Worsbicky went inside?
I did.
While you're
Look at this
talking
guy.
with him during this whole time,
What's up?
at this point, he still hasn't brought anything out to try to
He's just chilling.
place on his injury.
Correct.
Yeah, imagine that.
When he came out, did he already have those sunglasses on the top of his head?
He did.
Why did you have him move over here?
I actually physically couldn't hear him. Fire trucks are incredibly loud, so I had to move away.
Oh, loud enough to wake somebody up who's
The
sleeping?
fire had already pulled up to now go
I don't
inside
know.
the residence.
Correct.
So loud you couldn't even hear him talking.
And can you kind of see them in the corner going in?
That's interesting.
Yes.
Did you learn whose truck that was in the driveway?
I don't recollect right now whose truck it is. I think it's his, but I'm not sure.
Look at that, dude. That's Arizona. That shit looks like water doesn't exist there. Like, where's the grass? How do you say his name? I feel like that's Lori's hot mic. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, I would love to live out west. I'd rather live out west. I prefer the dry heat over the humidity.
And who is that other officer there?
That's Officer Wizbeski. Sorry, I've been calling him Wiz since I've known him.
Shorter.
I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz.
Were you initially trying to control the scene yourself, sort of helping to tell people where to go and what to do?
Oh, absolutely. My head's
Oh
on
my
kind of a swivel.
God.
I'm always kind of looking around, like just people just walk up to you and ask me what's going on. And
people.
Oh, here we go. Yes.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
Laferio, Nan, thank you so much. Jesus, you got to stop doing that. Or don't, whatever. Oh no, I'm kidding. You are way too generous, man. You've given way too much already. Thank you. I'm grateful, but fuck. I'm not worthy. Not worthy. Not worth it. And dude, my man is talking about doing a standout in Vegas. I'm down, bro. Steve, I'm down, homie. I think Nan just financed it. Thanks, buddy. Thank you, Nan. Oh, look who just showed up.
That's Lori Vallow and her daughter.
So when you said across the street, we just saw a red SUV. Is
Her
that
husband
what
was
you're
just
talking about?
murdered. She looks
Correct.
so distraught. Well, not murdered, but killed. I mean, he was murdered, but
So at this point, did you know the name of the individual inside the residence?
thank you, Nan.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
And who was that?
Charles Vallow.
And did you at this point understand who that woman was that walked up?
Yes.
And who did you believe she was?
His wife.
This is going to be fun. Did she seem distraught to you, officer? No. Not even a little bit.
Normally when someone is shot and killed, is there a team of detectives and crime scene specialists who will come out to handle the case?
Yes.
And are you, as patrol officer, sort of stuck with taking care of it until they arrive?
Yeah, we deal with the burning, bleeding, and blowing up stuff. Anything that takes time and a lot more in-depth stuff, that's what the detectives do.
All right, listen, man. The thumbnail is to prove that I'm a much sexier floozy than Lori Vallow. Okay. I want no mistakes made.
You told us
Understand that shit.
You understood when you were arriving that this shooting had just happened. Do you recall at this point when the 911 call came in?
No, I don't remember specifics on the time. I think at 8:39 I was dispatched to it. And I would imagine the call for service came in a minute or two before that.
And approximately, do you recall how long it took you to get to the scene?
Probably 4 or 5 minutes.
We see more people walking up. Are you trying to stop the contamination of the scene by having more people walk in there?
Yes, I told the firemen kind of what was maybe in the house, and Officer Wiz was already in the house, and so we were just trying to control how many firemen went into the house.
So when you're the first on scene, are you trying to have the least number of people go in there as possible?
Yes.
Are you trying to not touch anything that's not necessary to be touched?
Correct, yes.
Obviously, if fire is going to work on a person, they're going to have to contaminate it somewhat.
Yes.
Is that
Not
when
yet.
we sort of see fire now leaving?
I couldn't, just from recollection, I couldn't answer that.
We see something in Officer Becky's hand. Is that the crime scene tape?
Yes. We do an inner and then an outer perimeter.
Hi. An inner and then an outer. Gee, I don't know. Why did she kill her brother? I don't know. I couldn't have had anything to do with covering this up. No. Now, that's not me. That's the court that's muted. I didn't mute that. They're muted. There we go. They're back. She wanted to make sure that he wasn't going to. What Chad and Lori did was tie up loose ends. I honestly think that was the motive behind killing Tylee and JJ. Honestly, was just to cover their tracks, tie up loose ends, and live a nice, happily ever after life with no kids and no responsibilities.
Is it normal for a patrol officer to have to stay with the individual who is the shooter, ensure that no one else is contacting them?
Yes.
So you don't want any of the neighbors walking up to them?
Correct. At this moment, I'm still basically fact finding. I'm just trying to figure out what happened, when it happened, who was involved, kind of thing. And yeah, I try to keep them separate.
At some point, do sergeants and others start arriving on scene?
Yes, that's my Sergeant Nacella.
When you have a scene like this where detectives are going to be called out, do all the different patrol officers
Yeah, that's how
provide
they found
information that could be relevant to
Tylee
one
and
person
JJ.
who can then brief the detectives?
That's how they found him.
Yes,
they followed
I
Alex.
briefed my
They tracked him.
supervisor to let him know from my point of view what I know and what I was told. And then at some point, I think he would disseminate that to the detectives.
Okay. So is this you kind of telling him at this point what you've learned?
Yes.
And can we also see what the body camera looks like on the shoulder there?
Yes, he has the same type.
Dude, if I was in prison, I'd beat the shit out of Chad Daybell every day, bro. Like, that would just be my daily routine, is just to beat the shit out of that guy.
What made
like, every
you
day.
decide that you needed to go over and talk to Lori Vallow?
Again, it's fact finding, really. It's who are you? And when I say who, I always like to identify them by their Arizona driver's license, because although my name is Robert, I go by Rob. So I don't want to assume her name is
he
just
is on
Lori. It
death
could
row.
be
I
something
forgot.
specifically or longer.
Thank you, Chaz.
So I usually ask people for identification.
And that's so you can put that into your report appropriately.
Correct.
So we saw the ambulance leave. That means they didn't transport him.
Correct.
Did you learn that you actually couldn't cordon off this area the way you had initially thought because there was only one way out?
That is correct. We initially, as you can see, cordoned off part of the road so anybody couldn't just drive up to us. We later learned that's the only way that part of the neighborhood could actually exit the neighborhood. So we had to change the tape a little bit.
And then we see fire leave here as well. So now it's just police basically at the scene?
Police and I think a crime scene technician.
And are you still the only person responsible for making sure that no one is talking with Alex Cox?
I am.
Okay.
Is this where you go over to speak with Ms. Vallow?
Yes.
Does your husband live here? Oh, gotcha. Okay.
You could turn
I
up
feel
the
so
volume.
bad for Tylee right there.
Do you have a driver's license?
She feels so dirty that this is going on and she's involved. And then she ends up killed for it.
Thank you.
So sad.
L-O-R-I. What does your middle initial stand for?
Noreen.
Noreen. N-O.
Ew. Noreen.
V-A-L. What's a phone number for you, Lori? 755?
545.
What a name. Lori Noreen.
You know, not in Santan, this is your home.
Right,
Gotcha.
right.
Okay. Gotcha.
Look at her. She's not even in the slightest bit distraught.
Oh, geez. Yeah. Okay.
That's why the neighbors took us.
Gotcha.
She's laughing.
Like, hi neighbor, sorry.
Are you working at all?
No.
Okay.
She's laughing.
You're still about 5'6".
Her husband just got killed.
20.
Her brother just killed her husband. She's laughing. Brother might go to prison. Husband's dead. She's laughing.
Did you also get biographical information from teenager?
I did.
Yeah,
Was that Tylee Ryan?
she's too
It was.
consumed with the thought she's going to get $1 million. She still thinks that she's on the insurance policy.
After you had talked with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, did you go brief some of the detectives about what you had learned?
I did.
Did you tell the detectives that Lori Vallow did not know that her husband Charles was dead?
I told them that I did not advise her of such.
Okay. Did you believe that she did not know that her husband was dead?
I did.
Why did you believe that?
Well, I was under the understanding that this just happened. She just arrived back on scene, and I did not advise her of what happened in the house.
When you spoke with Alex Cox, did he provide additional information that made you believe that she was not present when the shooting happened?
Yes.
After you advised the detectives of this, did you then return and remain with Alex Cox and for significant additional period of time?
Yes.
Were you eventually asked to transport him to the police station?
I was.
Can you describe his demeanor during the transport?
Calm. Didn't ask. We just talked about things not related to this at all. Just a conversation between like me and you, just normal, average tone.
We don't miss the Arizona
And
Cardinals.
did you stay with him at the police station until a detective arrived?
Yes,
Did that end your involvement in this case?
it did.
I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Can you pronounce your last name for me? I don't want to get it wrong.
Krautheim.
Krautheim.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, Officer Krautheim.
At the
correct?
time, yes.
At the time. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're
You
entitled to
mentioned
shit.
about Alex being calm when he exited the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then he's also, you were advised that he had told the 911 operator that he composed himself and then called 911. Is that correct?
I don't remember the compose himself, but I think he did.
But you stated in your report that Alex was very calm throughout the entire time talking with him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
I think the judge just wants this to move
The scene
along.
itself, was it chaotic?
No,
Were people running around screaming?
no,
Were people running in and out of the front door?
no.
So were the officers calm?
It was just me and another officer.
Were you calm?
Yes,
Was the other officer calm?
he was.
Were the detectives calm?
They were.
Was the fire department calm?
I didn't interact with them very much. I couldn't answer.
What? What the fuck?
Your friend The Wiz was calm?
Yes, the other officer, yes.
So when I arrived at the scene,
Not that
things were pretty
Dana.
calm.
Thank you.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Oh, yes, you were calm.
No, I'm saying when I arrived at the scene itself was calm environment.
It was.
Okay. So if I would have been hysterical, that would have been more out of character than if I was calm when everybody else was being calm. Isn't that
Objection,
correct?
Speculation.
Sustained.
Stop breaking the law, asshole!
So you said that Alex was calm and was holding a towel in his right hand and holding it up to the back of his head. Is that correct?
He did.
And you said, oh, sorry, it's in my other note. Just now that his head had a 1-inch laceration. Is that correct?
Yes,
That's like a cut down his head. 1
it
inch?
is.
Okay. And you said a small knot.
I did.
Is that correct? Okay. And that it was bleeding a little. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And so a small knot is what you declared it, but would you not call it a goose egg?
tomato, tomato.
Okay.
Where do you get these fucking idiots, huh? Where do you get them?
Did Alex ask for medical treatment?
Unreal.
He did
dude.
not.
How many times did you ask him if he needed medical treatment?
I think 3 times.
Okay. And there was EMS right there next to you?
Yes,
So an EMS person could have just come over and checked the back of his head pretty easily, yeah?
yes,
Yes. But no one asked anybody to do that.
Well,
Correct.
he refused medical
And
treatment.
he
You
didn't
just
seem
said so.
disoriented to you at all?
no,
So you didn't think he needed any kind of medical attention at the time?
no.
And he didn't ask for any at the time?
Correct, he did
Yeah,
not.
we already
And you didn't supply
established
any at the time?
Correct.
Okay. But EMT was right there, next to you?
What?
Yes,
Okay. That's another thing that you said, calm and nonchalant. Is that correct? You
Yes.
stated that Alex was nonchalant. What is your definition of nonchalant?
kind of like how I am now. I don't have a lot of emotion. I'm not afraid, just nonchalant.
Is that your typical demeanor?
I guess it depends on the situation and the circumstance.
I mean, this can be a stressful situation, right? So it's your demeanor right now.
It is.
Do you find
Testifying
me
in court.
attractive?
Oh! Ew, dude! What the fuck?
So if that was Alex's normal demeanor, then it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant.
Objection, speculation.
I'll allow it. I'll allow the answer. He doesn't know the demeanor, but you can answer.
He can
Can you ask the
answer.
question again?
Yeah, so if Alex's normal demeanor was like your normal demeanor, and
He
even
can
in a
answer,
stressful
ladies.
situation, if he was nonchalant, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant again, because that's his normal demeanor. Correct?
Objection to compound question.
I'll sustain that objection.
He'll sustain it.
You mentioned that I had parked across the street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did I have to park across the street?
I don't know.
So we saw on the body cam,
Why would he know
right,
that?
that there was a huge fire truck, correct?
Yes.
There was police cars, correct?
Yes.
There was a CSI van, correct?
She was parked somewhere. I don't know where.
next to the house, kind of, I guess, south of the house. So there was nowhere to park except for across the street. Is that correct?
No,
That's not correct?
that is not correct.
Where else could I have parked?
Well, the street's long. You could have parked anywhere along the street. You could have parked on the other street. That's where I parked. Or you could park on the other side of the street, south of the home, where there was plenty of parking. So there was other options to park.
But I parked as close as I could to the scene so that I could come talk to you. Is that correct?
Speculation, testifying.
Sustained.
You big dummy. So we can agree that there were lots of police vehicles blocking the house. Is that correct?
Emergency vehicles.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, emergency, police, fire, CSI, all were there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But even though all of those things are there, the scene was not chaotic. Is that correct?
Correct.
It was a very calm scene that day.
Objection asked and answered.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Do you know how hot it was that day?
No, but it was hot.
It was hot. Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. What was the extent of your duties that day? I know that you had arrived on the scene. You said dispatched was about 8:39 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then it took you about 4 to 5 minutes to arrive.
Yes.
And then you were the first on the scene.
No.
No. Who was the first on the scene? Do you know?
Wiz
Wait,
was.
what?
Oh, that's correct.
45 minutes to
And
arrive.
then who arrived? How long after he arrived did you arrive? Do you know?
Oh, I was like seconds,
Okay.
maybe 10, 15 seconds.
And then you were right there when Alex came out of the house,
I was.
and you were with him basically that whole time till he
Yes.
got into the police car?
Yes,
And then did you drive him to the station?
I did.
So you were in the car with him the whole time?
Yes.
So you really never didn't have eyes on Alex from the time he came out of the house till the time he got to the police station?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have a conversation on the way to the police station?
I did.
You did. And that's the second body cam we didn't watch, is that correct? That has your name on it?
Yeah, there's another body worn camera we haven't seen.
Right, from the police car, I'm saying.
Yes, me driving.
You driving, but it comes from the car, not from the shoulder body cam, is that correct?
No, it comes from my body
Oh, it was
worn
still
camera.
on
What's up,
your
Nurse
shoulder.
Kim?
Yes.
Okay. And in that, did you have a conversation with Alex on the way to the police station?
Yes.
Objection asked and answered.
And did he express,
Hold on, when
Sorry?
there's an objection.
I'm sorry,
Wait for the ruling. I'll sustain the objection, but the answer will stand nonetheless. Go ahead. Next question.
did he express to you that he kind of felt out of it because he hit?
Hearsay.
Sustain.
When did you make your report about the incident on July 11th, 2019?
I think it was the end of my workday that day, but I stopped and started it numerous times throughout the day.
So did you finish it that day or it still took a few days?
No, I finished at the end of my shift,
By the end of your shift, which was what time that day?
4 o'clock.
Okay. And did you make any revisions to that later on?
No,
So this is the only report that you made in regards to the day of July 11th, 2019?
it is.
You stated that there was red liquid on the rag towel that appeared to be blood. Did you think it was something other than blood?
Well, I had no way to test it, so I have to articulate it that way.
So he was bleeding from the back of the head
He was.
on the right-hand side.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And then was it you on the body cam who briefed the detectives, Detective Moffett and Detective Inklin, in the front yard?
Yes, I made contact with him, yes.
And then you had told them basically what Alex had conveyed to you, what happened?
Yes.
And then what do they do with that information? Do they just put it into a report?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Okay. So your report goes to who after you're finished with it?
I know who
I
it
sent
goes
it to my supervisor.
And who was that at the time? Do you know
And his name is John C.
And then, did you speak to the case agent on this?
That's my supervisor.
On this case regarding this incident on July 11th?
I did at the time. That's when I walked up to them at the front door area.
Okay, and was Detective Moffett the case agent at that time?
Yes.
Okay, and now it's Detective Duncan, as far as you know?
As far as I know, I don't know for sure, but that's what I've been told.
Okay. And how long do you think that you were at the residence? What was the whole time before you guys left to go to the police station? Do you remember? Do you recall?
No, I do not. It would be in my CAD history on when I transported him from the home to the PD. So I'd have to look at that.
I
I
heard
don't
that.
know, 40 minutes, half hour, 40 minutes, something like that.
Now, someone on the video, and I don't remember who it was, but put a phone into a evidence bag. Was that you?
I don't recollect that.
Okay. And then got into the car. Did someone ride with you to the police station from the residence? Just you and Alex were in the car?
Yes,
No other officers?
correct.
But before you got into the car, an officer came over and took his phone and put it in an evidence bag?
You're asking me for recollection. I don't remember that. It's probable because we usually try to bring their property to the area where we're going to. So it's probable.
I just didn't see it in your report, but I saw it on the body cam, so I wondered if you knew. Okay.
You're a little cunt. Testifying?
All right. Please only ask questions.
Sure.
When you make statements about what you saw or heard, that's testimony.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
We got a special disliking for these bungolas.
So it says in your report that you were asked by Detective Moffett to transport Alex to the police station, not handcuffed. Is that correct?
Yes,
And to the downstairs interview room. I'm assuming that's at Chandler Police Department,
it is.
correct? Okay. And it was just the two of you in the car on the ride there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then when you arrived at the police station, what happened next?
Walked him up to the room, had him sit down, or I think brought him some water, I think. And the detective was literally behind me. It wasn't very long before he walked into the room.
So then Detective Moffett took over and you were excused?
Okay, smart
Yes.
ass. Let's see what this
Okay.
mystery's all about.
And then was that the extent of your duty
It was.
at that time? And did you leave the police station after that?
Yes.
Did you stay and observe the interview?
No.
No.
So Detective Moffett took over for you and you departed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You said when you spoke to Alex that he was cooperative. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it possible he could have been in shock?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
You big dummy.
Yeah, like she's just
From your
wasting time.
observation,
Like
how long did
she's just
the
burning time is all
cut
she's
on
doing.
Alex's head bleed? I mean, you were with him for that 40 minutes, and how long do you think it was bleeding?
Well, I couldn't answer that because I wasn't standing in the back of his head when I first made contact with him. So to be honest with you, I don't know when it started. So I don't have the minutes.
Did it appear to be bleeding when he exited the house or no?
I didn't look at the back of his head right away when he exited the house.
When was the first time that you looked at it? About how long after he exited?
I can't answer time-wise, but it was during the time I had him seated at the sidewalk when I was talking to him.
Okay. Before he moved over or after?
Oh, after he moved over.
Okay. Did you ever enter into the house?
No.
You were just there in the front yard
Yes.
the whole time? Okay. When you talked to the two detectives in the front yard and gave them your synopsis of what had happened, you said they got into a domestic fight consisted.
Objection.
I'm sorry,
I'm going to sustain the objection.
what was the legal objection?
Hearsay.
Hearsay.
Oh, I was just reading his report. Okay.
Then objection, no question.
Please ask your next question.
You said in your report that at one point Alex's niece grabbed the bat.
Objection.
Hold on.
Hearsay.
That's
Improper
hearsay.
question.
Okay, you can't ask hearsay. Please ask your next question.
Oi, cunt.
Did Alex tell you that he got hit in the head with the bat?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay prior ruling.
Yeah, it's sustained.
It's
You can't ask
sustained.
questions of what Alex said.
You can't ask questions of what Alex said. Get it together.
So you observed that he had this bump on his head, but you didn't know how he got it.
Oopsies.
Is that correct?
No. That's not correct.
You did know how he got it. Is that correct?
I was told how he got it, which is different than me knowing how he got it, if that makes any sense.
Correct. You did not witness it, is what you're saying.
Correct.
But you knew that he had an injury to the back of his head on the right side.
How long are you going to go over
Correct.
this?
Okay. And how did you obtain that information?
Your Honor.
You can't answer if it calls for hearsay.
Did you observe the next door neighbor come out in her nightgown to speak to me?
I did.
And then there was another neighbor on the other side that came out that you told him to go back into his house? Is that
I don't know if he
correct?
was a neighbor, but it was just some guy. Yeah, I assumed he was a neighbor.
Right. So they had blocked off the street so the neighbors couldn't really exit the neighborhood. They couldn't go to school or work, or it's kind of an issue there.
Not really. I mean, when one car told us the layout of the neighborhood, then we realized that was the only person that wanted to exit. They told us they couldn't exit, so we just fixed it so anyone else could leave.
Right, but they were trying to come up to me to find out what was happening.
Objection,
Okay.
speculation, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's take our afternoon break for the staff and the jurors. We're going to take a 15-minute stretch restroom break. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Juror 15. Juror 15. Is that your phone on the?
Is that your phone? Is that your phone on the thingamabob? Juror 15, could you please identify if that's your phone? Because nobody has any idea.
Trace the signal.
All right, folks. Listen, I've been live for almost 6 hours now. And you know what? I think I'll probably pick this up again tomorrow because jury selection for Karen Reed, you know, unless something happens, it's just like, I mean, it's watching paint dry. There's no need. That's why I haven't been streaming it. But now that we have this, this will keep us entertained while we get updates on Karen Reed's jury selection. And Karen Reed's jury selection, there were none seated today. 0 jurors were seated today. And proceedings are closed. And they will continue tomorrow. And yes, Janine read my mind. Yes, I am starving, man. Yeah, I did not expect to be live for this long. But I do want to give a big shout out and a big thank you to Miss Annie Elise from 10 to Life for stopping in and saying hello and being the friend of the channel that she is. We all love her so much. Yeah, man. We're gonna continue talking about this. I mean, she's representing herself and she's doing better than I expected her to. But I'm still waiting on the train wreck to happen. So I'm gonna be watching this closely for the train wreck. But overall, everything else, Charles Vallow deserves justice. She's already never getting out of prison for the murders of her, for conspiring to kill her own children. And she deserves the worst things in life to happen to her. The fact that she could sit there and act all fucking cheery and all like everything's all good. That interview that we watched at the beginning of the stream was some of the most infuriating shit I've ever seen in my life, considering that she just doesn't seem to give a fuck. She seems to be happy and enjoying life. She loves the attention. She loved to be interviewed. As much as I hate using that word because I think it's the most overused word in the entire true crime genre, but she definitely, if I had to guess, I'm not a mental health professional, but she does exhibit like all the checks, all the boxes of narcissistic personality disorder. Not a mental health professional, but as far as the symptoms go, they're there. So, anyway, guys, you guys are absolutely awesome. I'm really grateful to you guys for hanging out. And Nan, thank you again for the amazing, very extremely overly generous donation. Thank you so much for that. And thank you guys all for all your support. It means the world to me. I really appreciate it. And make sure to hit the like on this. Like I said, I'm just going to keep streaming this. And this is for the this is for those of us who have been following the Karen Reed case, but also have been kind of keeping tabs on this more or less. This is just to kind of fill time. I because there's no nail biters here. You know what I mean? Like this isn't a nail biter. This is a time filler. We're waiting for the jury to get selected in the sham. And so while we wait for that, we'll just watch this this ridiculous show of an inevitable outcome taking place, and hopefully that'll fill up some time and keep us occupied in the meantime and give us an excuse to hang out together, because I just love hanging out with you guys. You guys are the best. But yeah, man. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up. I love you guys very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.